Hello Sami. Hi chat. Woo.
The seas part for we alone.
Choo choo, the Zuni summoning technique.
The seas part for we alone.
Hype. Space and Ting hype.
The seas part for we alone.
Pre-stream hype train. On Transvisibility Day, let's go. Transgender pride.
Did I unmute? Yeah, I did unmute. Ha! Anyway, what's up? How is it hanging? My lighting's a little better today. Still a little hanky. I hope you are all marvelous and well. There we go. Perfect. And happy T-Dove, too. Or is it T-Dove? T-Dove? I've heard it pronounced both ways. I don't know. Anyway, what's up? You guys ready to be gamers? Because I hope so. I'm actually playing FF today. What a concept. Yes, as per...
The seas part for we alone.
Roll stealth at disadvantage.
Thank you, Zareb. I appreciate it. Very, very kind of you. Also, very, very kind of all of you who are giving me bits right now. I super duper appreciate it. Very, very kind. I love it. I love it. Especially on T-Dub. And also, for those of you that don't know too, my birthday is Sunday too. So like, this is kind of a good vibe. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Oh, there's Arius. And also, new guy, thank you so much for the 14 months to June. That's 7 plus 7 equals 14, which is how much subscribe for. That's kind of bloggers. I super duper appreciate it. Very kind. Happy early birthday. Thank you. I will, I don't know, be doing something, I guess. Hopefully relaxing. Facepalm at Dyson's high-tech mask concept. It's bad. Oh, that's not good. Oh, loading screen. It's so pretty. But hi Rose, hi Mech, hi Max, hi Storm, hi Zerum, hi Sage, hi Panzer. Hi new guy, hi Haley, hi Jaya. I think I already said Sage. Sage waiting for me. This gamer TM doing gamer things. I'm gaming. Whoa. And the wearable super spreader event? What? That sounds crazy to say the least. Are the axolotls still there? Aww. Damn. I do love that one. All right. Oh, hello there, Maddie. How's your beautiful face? That's 26 months. That's a lot of months. Did you know that 13 plus 13 is 26, which is how many subscribe for, which is kind of poggers. I super duper appreciate it. What's going on? How are you? Wait, actually, just that a little bit. Happy T-Dove today, by the way. Oh, thank you. Happy T-Dove to you as well. To everyone in general, really. It's a holiday. Technically not, but I'm calling it a holiday because that's a better way to describe it than an annual event. I got a tattoo today. Aw, nice. What's the tattoo? Hell yeah. Do I have anything? God, I gotta clean out my inventory. Good lord. Oops. Aether to Aether. A sun and a moon, one on each wrist. Nice. That's dope. First female I found. I'm English. Can you tell me how long the live letter? I suck in time zone math. Oh man, I'm not very good at it either. Hi, Zerum. I'm not very good at it either. Well, it's tomorrow, isn't it? It's like tomorrow. right? So like 13 and a half hours, that sounds right. I would say at least 12 hours. Like, it's at least 12 hours away, because, like, it's like 6 a.m. in the morning? Something like that. Like, my time. So if you're British, time zone math sucks. It really does. If you're British, like, if you're English, then chances are it's probably, like, 1 o'clock in the afternoon for you, I think. I think. I know a lot about British time zones. You don't know why, but I think that sounds about right. Because you're probably like 7 hours ahead of me, I believe. I thought the difference to you was 5 or 6. No, it's 6 or 7, I believe. Because I'm further west. I wonder why. Don't worry about it. I said don't worry about it. Anyway, nah, you guys absolutely know why. We just switched to BST? Wait, no, time. Oh, fuck, wait a minute, you're right. Daylight savings time. I forgot about that, because okay, wait. You're right. Ah, Void, thank you so much for the gifted sub. That's very kind of you. Came in, asked a difficult math question, is like, here. That is our trade, fair trade. I appreciate it, that's very kind of you. Very, very good. I mean, it's the least I can do. I appreciate it, it's very nice. I hope you're having a good day too. I'm assuming you're looking forward to the live letter. I know I am. I'm trying to avoid spoilers, but I know I'm still looking forward to it. So aren't we getting data center travel? Is that 6.1? Or is that 6.2? Something like that. The way the US is desynced from the EU with daylight time is a mess. It is, yeah. The DST a month apart, so further chaos. Oh my god. The fact that we even have daylight time is anymore is... Okay, but fun fact. The US actually will likely be getting rid of DST, which is great. Oh my god, our government's actually doing something good for once. Yeah, the bill passed through the Senate and now it needs to go to the House, but it's probably gonna pass the House too. Because it was like a unanimous vote in the Senate. Like everyone agreed. It passed the Senate, yeah, but it has to go to House. Yeah, local data center travel should be coming. I'm so excited, dude. I'm in Canada. Oh, you're in Canada. Nice. So, that must be nice. But, yeah. No, we, it's a 6.18. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the data center travel. Vlad, thank you so much for the follow. I super appreciate it. I hope you have an absolutely valid day, because you might have been more valid. Love you so much. Welcome. I know I kind of welcomed you earlier, but still. I'm making it permanent, which annoys me. I'd rather they just get rid of it. I would rather not, because they're making it permanent so we have an extra hour of daylight during the winter. And I would be I am very okay with that. I am very okay with an extra hour of light in the evening. Like that's a good deal to me. Senate staffers basically slipped that bill in. Some senators didn't even know the DST bill happened. Yeah. Imagine your government not trying to murderize you. What a concept. That must be nice. Anyway, on to happier news. I don't, yeah, like, so that's a whole thing that's happening. DST wise. And I'm looking forward to the new patch. I'm looking forward to hopefully actually playing the MSQ at release. I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think it will. My hair is in my way. I need a hairpin. Or I need to cut my bangs. I probably need to cut my bangs. With your speed probably at 6.2. Really enjoyed myself at the end most of all. I'm tired, leave me be in the mood. I don't know, you might get there in time. You're just happy, that makes me happy too. I love piss. I mean, I love Elpis. No, so far it's been great, actually. Being able to, like, go into the past and actually, like, meet the ancients is, like, really cool. Gives us a lot of context for stuff. Also, it's been great because it's literally just Sammy is right hours the entire time. You know, all that shit about I've said about Emmett, I'm just getting proven right, left and right. It's fucking amazing. Love that. Waiting for me means that you need tomorrow. See ya. Missed you, though. I missed you, too. Good luck at your meetings. I love you, Maddie. Also, enjoy your tattoos. But hey, you have some money from Flesh Space work, right? I mean, I do. Yes, I have I make money. I'd like to make more, to be honest, but you know, I was trying all the tallies on the Sammy was right board. The Sammy was right board. I think we need to get a second one because Sammy was simply just that right, actually. But no, like, literally everything about Emmett, like, me saying, like, Emmett is, like, inherently a good person who is trying to do his best. And despite appearances, like, legitimately does try and care about the people around him. The fact that he was mind-controlled by Zodiac is still a thing. Good night. Like, that is a whole thing. The fact that he did explicitly want us to exceed, that's another one. Hythlodius, that's another one. The fact that, like, Emmett had absolutely had the capacity to plan and, like, choose all these things to happen, or, like, or at least account for them to happen, right? My control by Zodiac gas. Remember how many people argued with me on that? That was pretty clear. Wasn't it though? Wasn't it though? I thought so. God. I thought so too, Zerum. That was a serious point of contention for some people. And one of the reasons why I've been fairly lenient on Emmett, because of Zodiac. Like, they're front-loading the science fair too. I know. Like, I love seeing endless grins of validation here. Yeah, it's great. But like that was something that people, man, pretty much literally says, I might be tempered, but I don't care. Yeah, he does. And then, like, later on, they literally prove, like, it is literally proven. And then in Endwalker, they explicitly state it. And then it's just like, oh, yeah, I guess he is tempered. Yeah, he's been tempered the whole time! He had! Ah! Very passionate about lore, as you can tell. I say as I rub lotion in my hands. Blah, blah, blah. But no, like, literally. My gain is up. Enjoying. Someday I was watching earlier, doubled down on the most wrong prediction I've ever seen for Shadowbringers. What was their wrong prediction? I'm curious. Sammy Lore Lotion, that's what they call me. I'm the lore lotioner. The one who lotions with lore, I guess? I don't know, this isn't making sense anymore. I don't like this. The Unukali is a crystal exarch. Ooh, yeah, that's a, ooh, oof. Rip. That is incorrect. That is incorrect. But Unukali does have some relation to Shadowbringers.
Sloppy.
Sway, thank you so much for follow. I super appreciate it. Over an absolutely super day, because my name is super. I love you so much. Welcome. What lotion does Eris use? Bold of you to assume Eris uses lotion. She has very horribly cracked skin until somebody, thank God, reminds her why her hands are always bleeding, because they're dry and she needs to put lotion on. And then Eris probably bums lotion off of either off of Graha, Y'shtola, or like Alphano, whoever's like the closest. If it's Y'shtola, Eris gets canonically scolded. Hi Fox, love you. Feel this silky smooth validation that you were right. Yeah. He'll put Emet-Selch at the top of his waifu list. I mean, yeah, he's gonna have to. I mean, Emet-Selch's a great waifu. Like, look about, like, he's a perfect man. Love him. Does Zero even need lotion? Presumably yes. I mean, they're not like aquatic people. In fact, they arguably probably need a lot of lotion because they're bigger. More skin. You know? Yes, Eris does not carry around lotion. She probably should, though. All the fire and ice magic makes her skin dry out. Hey, Esmira, how are you? That's a very in-character response. I'm not sure what I'm looking for, but I don't think I found it yet. Follow my work were more interesting. Nevertheless, I'm still indebted for keeping Metienne company. If there's aught I might do, you need but ask. Hermes, what a good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? Lycion, I'm afraid. It's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation, set up a nearby octopus, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry or somehow provoked? I did just find that myself. The octopidites were keeping a wide berth. The nature of the lichen that is to blame their innate viciousness. Government decided it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. It may not be suited for release. I have no doubt the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In case there's no point in postponing the inevitable, Doris will avert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where is the scene of the incident? Oh, I don't know. Over there. Of the a path of 12 wonders. As you make your way, you should see to the left. I don't know if Doris is still there, however. Alright, Hermes, wait! This is part of his work that I would observe. We follow. Nodders. But yeah, sea air would do the opposite of moisturize you. It would dry you out. That's how the ocean works, and salt as well. Unless a sea row adapted to sea air. I mean, maybe. But like... But sea air smells so good. I mean, it does. One of my perfumes is like an ocean fragrance. Yeah, also, hi, Grave. I'm not sure she would, like... Her skin would, like, adapt to that, per se. We have insufficient row lore to tell more. Are you telling me we don't have a lot of Rognian lore? Yeah, we don't. We absolutely do not. Squeenix, please. It would be nice. That's a spooky looking tree. I would love some row lore, or some rows in general. Like, if they just added one to anything, that would be nice. But that hasn't happened, and probably won't be happening anytime soon. There it is. We can dream, though. Yeah, we can. POV, your face is getting grabbed by Eris. POV, she's about to Kazuma Yakuza style your face. Swimming Point Adventure in the country of just Rose. Watch there still be no femrose for some reason. Heavy Hermes' pain. On my face, I need that. Not yet, you don't. Not yet, you don't. There's no easy prey with hooves and horns. It's designed to be formidable, even on land. It didn't stand a chance against the Lycian. There's some beast, this Lycian, but where is it now? Restorations and burns are unmistakable. Lycian was indeed responsible. Which is nowhere to be seen. Doris must have taken it away. Man makes his base in the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. But Emet-Selch and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Lycan did not escape. No, thanks. Let us meet into the 12 Wonders when you have finished. Well, go on ahead. Please follow Eris. Come and stand the path and over the bridge. Go, bird girl, go. I think the majority of roller comes from warrior quests, and it's all Hellsguard. Really just one particular clan of Hellsguard. Damn, I guess I gotta go do more warrior stuff. Which, like, I should, because, like, warrior's fun, you know? Focus on Rose or Duskwright next X pack would be lovely. That would be great, yeah? Just please not, like, please not more Elzen that are, like, Ishgardian or Wildwood, because... Dude, holy shit, like... Remember when ARR and Heavensward felt like all Elzen all the time? And like, it kind of low-key still is. There's so many Elzen everywhere. And I know none of them are Duskwights, but like, you know, I would love some Duskwight lore. I'm just speaking purely from like an Elzen standpoint. There's a lot of them. Oh, hey. Where all the Duskwright lore is hidden? I could see Gridania. I could see it's like hidden in Gridania and stuff. Because we haven't done anything with like Gridania. It'd be cool if we actually like expounded upon Duskwights and like Gridania at the same time. That'd be a good vibe, I think. Oh, wrong button. Everybody's looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. This man with the long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. Okay, little bird girl, I love you. Still sus as fuck about you, but I love you. Let's go. Oh. see me eat anything tonight, but to my observation while my writing, I've been so busy I can't quite recall if I did. Oh, these nerds. Y'all ever arrive at a nation of nerds? God. You know, that's something that like I think would be kind of fun to like perhaps write a fanfic about or something. How Azim fits in or doesn't fit in with a lot of ancients, because damn, I don't think she'd be super game to be hanging out with a bunch of nerds all day, even if she would be somewhat intelligent. Like, it'd just be like, it's like, no, I don't want to hear about your discoveries. I want to go fight something. Like, that makes sense, you know? It's like, Hi, Rekka, what's up? I feel like Azim is more wise than intelligent. Potentially, I also think Azim is certainly charismatic. More charismatic than they are intelligent. Their whole thing is being that of a diplomat, essentially. Is like, talking to people, connecting with people. I can see both some wisdom and especially charisma there. Almost got COVID again. I am sorry. That's scary. Damn. Or the important NPC Elzenar in the entire expansion are still one of the least played races. For sure, Violet. Surprised you when I saw the census? Oh yeah, there's so few of them. The hero of the people. Yeah. They're charismatic. They're, you know. If you're a Venat, I can assume you're on an errand for Hermes. What can I do for you? Sorry, wrong person. We're looking for Doros. Similar hair, so people often mistake us from afar. Hope you find him soon. Are you okay now, Raka, though? Recorded day's results, you should be able to finally put that report to bed. Doros's hair is long, but the color is wrong. I have few Roths were there. I'm not. There's just not a lot of stuff they can wear. Doros, that's Doros. Love is a Meditian. Meditian, what brings you here? I thought I heard a familiar voice. I thought I heard familiar voices. Didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. I chose Lycanos, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields and restraints, frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Catesis. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14? Oh, what brings you here? Nothing you need to concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news that a Lycan has slaughtered the As the observer in charge, you're of the opinion they are not fit to be released? I am. The abnormal aggression, exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. That's not where they're released, Lycanis would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be the specimens are observed as an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created many of them, all exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Karos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Karos? Memory configuration system. The chief himself created it. Allows us to erase or alter memories that we may... Oh, that gives me an idea. Erasing and altering memories, you say? I don't like that. Also, hi Roy, how are you? Also, Raka, I'm glad you were uninfected. That is good to hear. We may observe creations different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive, and potentially dangerous, depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions. Pastraj may wish to have words with you. Rest assured I've kept all the values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand, to manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. $10? This is utilized later. This is a big old Chekhov's gun, right? But like $10, this is utilized by, potentially, if my theory holds water, Metian, to wipe people's memory of the ancients, right? Or Venat, or you know, somebody like that. Whoever sort of breaks the world uses the device like this to sort of wipe people's memories so they don't have to endure the pain of knowing what they lost. I could see that. Come now, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. I was born of Aether as simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture and make rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kairos, then we remake it. If creation is difficult to detrimental to existence, we unmake it. It is all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such a routine process. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat to the world. Yet insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lycanoses have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion? The Emet-Selch may better carry out his duties. By all means. Pray, show them to the meeting room. Blah, 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 blah. Alright. We have a duty to the star, this I know, but that doesn't mean we also don't have a responsibility to the lives we bring into existence here. To man, other beings are just things to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes once told me. Oh no, this is gonna go bad. This is gonna go bad. It's gonna go so bad. Things to be controlled, to be used. Oh, wrong button. You need to be an entelechy to feel the weight bearing down on Hermes. Yeah, a discussion that may take a while, during which time... Etienne, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes, it's you. I won't go to the meeting, I'll stay with Eris. Although I am to impose, may I leave Etienne in your care again? Don't worry, dude. It's all good. I mean, you're dead, if you'll excuse me. Let me in! Ah, damn it. The worst part is that we know it ends poorly. We do, but we don't know when, right? Which that's kind of one of the things that's kind of one of the things that's got me on the edge of my seat is like, we don't know at what point everything hits the fan. We know one of Hermes's prominent memories, one of Fandaniel's prominent memories was being inducted into the convocation. It's entirely possible that, this may be very close to the end times, right? To the final days. Yeah, sure, let me take care of her. Let me in! Ah! Exactly. Might even be that it's already happening. I mean, potentially, right? We know so little. Maybe that's where Azim is, right? Azim's out in the world trying to figure out what the fuck is happening. They live very long lives. I mean, they don't live very long lives. They are essentially immortal. They only really die when they choose to die. When they're like, all right, well, I've accomplished all the things I kind of wanted to do, so I'm just gonna leave now. Goodbye. And I'll probably be reborn as something else, so. That and, you know, we haven't, I know this is like a research station, but we definitely haven't seen a lot of kids running around here, and I would not expect that either. They really can't ever show Azim because Azim is you. Yeah, that is a fact you just stated. Don't know what it has to do with the current conversation. I mean, yeah, that's off topic. How do they reproduce? I mean, presumably they take this thing called a penis. Then they insert it into a, I mean, look, I know they could make children, like they could just make children out of either. I'm assuming they basically don't. Hi, Fuzzy. I'm assuming they reproduce like how they normally would. Because I don't think the Ascian, or the Ancients are at that level of a society where they feel the need to perfect man or themselves, right? I don't think they're at that level. What I mean is, what I assume they would do children per X time. No, yeah, Raka, I gotcha. How do they reproduce? Well, when a daddy ancient and a mommy ancient love each other very much, there's a clear distinction between themselves and the life they create. True. Hashtag come cave. Hashtag come cave. Hello, what if they do the Ascian Prime thing and create their kid? They just go, fusion ha! And that's how it works. And when you think about it, isn't sex just fusing yourself to another person? Are you not fusing? Yo, I can't wait to shout that again. I can't wait to shout fusion the next time I bone someone. Or they bone me, I guess. They're like, all right, are you ready? And I'm like, yes. And they start going in, and then I'm like, fuse. And then they look at me and they leave because that would be awful. Oh, could you imagine that? Oh my god, man, you wish it lasted 30 minutes like fusion though. True. By our powers combined, orgasm! Oh my god. Oh lord. Is it more concerning if they don't leave? They just... Do that. Fusion, baby. Anyway. Is that how you get Captain Planet? You betcha. Oh my god. What did I walk into? Great question. How are you? Good lord. We were having a serious lore discussion, and then we got distracted by talking about sex. A typical day, I know. God. That's a hell of a fusion. I mean, orgies are a thing, just saying. Good lord. That was great. All right, what were we talking about? I walk up and stuff like this. Hell yeah, Empress, please. Also, someone, please clip this. Please clip this. I need to use this to cause psychic damage to my friends. But yes, Empress, exactly. As you should. If we're not talking about cum, we're talking about some weird sex joke. And it's fine. Anyway. Also happy T-Tuff. But anyway, yeah, so like, I don't think ancient society would go as far to actually create their children, because it just doesn't seem like something they'd be interested in doing. And the whole aspect of a soul, right? How like Metian doesn't really have a soul technically, or is just so ambiently weak. There seems to be very much a clear distinction between creating these creations and people. I'm assuming because they're treated sort of like, tools in a way, and also probably because they're treated a bit like, they're treated a bit more like, a job, like work, and presumably, hopefully, they don't treat their children that way. But, presumably, children are very rare in this society. This is where I'm gonna pull a 1-2, the Aragon series. Because the Aragon series has one of the best descriptions of how immortals would and choose to reproduce. I personally love it. They just described it very succulently, and I can sufficiently. And like one of the best descriptions I've seen was basically how in the Aragon series they discussed elves and children, and how like I think it was the capital city, there were only 2 children in the entire city at that time. They were siblings, twins, I believe. And I think Ashley, that's a whole 8 months. Oh my goodness.
Love you less than 3.
You love me less than 3? No, I appreciate it, Ashley. Thank you for the 8 months. Did you that 4 + 4 = 8, which haven't subscribed for? That's kind of poggers. Super duper appreciate it. 3 is my one and only. I'm sorry. Oh no. Poggers. Didn't expect an Aragon reproduction discussion day, but yes, that was well portrayed. Yes. And so like, what I really liked about it is they're like, there's only these 2 kids in this entire city. And that's because, and they're siblings, I think twins even. And that's because elves were so, it was such a major decision to have children, because society has to be able to accommodate them in a way that matters, because elves were immortal. And when you have kids, they shouldn't be like, there's a discussion about they shouldn't just be about like whether society can provide for them or whether they can provide for society. It should be much more about whether or not the responsibility that is being placed on them by both society and their parents is something that is appropriate for them. And like, granted, the last time I read this book was a while ago, but if I'm recalling correctly, they talked about the decision to have kids was something that is not to be taken lightly, because of how, if you make a traumatized elf kid, they restrain society for centuries. You do not want that. They will strain society for millennia. They don't die. They are immortal. They can die in combat, like they can like be killed, but even killing an elf is very hard to do, right? What book is that? Oh, or books. I believe it is Brazinger in the Aragon series. It's the 3rd book. Because I believe it's when Aragon is training with, the one elf guy. And like he talks about this a little bit, and they're in the capital. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Oh yeah, the Aragon series is actually a really good series. Also has really, really airtight world building. Like the world building in the Aragon series is very well done. It's something that inspires like a lot of my own world building in D&D. Thank you, Era. I appreciate it. So like Poloni's got a lot of really good world building and then sufficiently explains a lot of aspects of why the world works the way it does. Except for the 4th book. Inheritance is a thing. I liked Inheritance, but also he did sort of, you know, write himself in a corner. And that's happens. It's like, oh hey, you gave the bad guy all of the super powerful power-ups. How the fuck do you stop him then? It's like, we'll write in this thing. And then we'll have these cool weapons. Like it, I mean, I get it, but also like, I don't think Inheritance was that bad. I don't know, that's my spicy fantasy book take. I don't think it was as bad as people like to drag him through the mud for. I don't think it's worth that. But like, I think his world building in general is pretty good. And like, yeah, he wrote himself in a corner with Inheritance. The Aragon series was supposed to be a trilogy and like he fucked up. But like, I think the series as a whole is very enjoyable. And I don't think Inheritance ends poorly. I just think there's some parts, especially towards the beginning of it, that are like, oh yeah, how are you gonna get yourself out of this one, Chris? Just like the travel section. What? No, the travel section was like some of the best part. Like when Aragon's traveling with the one Urgle guy, my boy, my beautiful big boy. God, I loved that travel bit with the 2 of them. Also, it was really cool that Poloni was like, hey, you know what? Fantasy racism is bad. Let's have a whole series of chapters dedicated to explaining why it's bad. And like literally, like that fucking, I forget his name, but that one Urgle was like one of my favorite characters in the entire series. I loved him. And he was so fucking cool. He was so cool. He was just he was so cool. I also love that him and Roland at the end fucking tag team that one general. It's so satisfying. And then like he cries out like, cries out about like how this is like, for like the injustices done to his people and like for justice and like, it's so cool. And it's such a twist from where the series started. And like, okay, sorry. Look, Aragon is and always will be like my favorite like teen fantasy series. It really will be. It's always gonna be my favorite. I'm very passionate about it. Should I reread it and give it a second shot? I still read Aragon and Percy Jackson and catch up on the fantasy series I never read while I was too obsessed with shit wizards. True. Right. But yeah, I was Sammy, I was 14 and dumb. Shush. It's to settle a guard dog, you have to mentally tell them they've scared you off. Oh, that's true, yeah. But no, like, Aragon was very, very good. Also, like, Yorgath, Cosmo and Mortal Saga by Brandon Sanderson won't be able to in years. I gotcha. I don't know. Yeah, I think the first Percy Jackson series was really good. The second one was alright too, but I kind of didn't read the rest, right? Should I? I would recommend it. I do think the Aragon series is actually just a pretty solid read in general. Looking back on it, there are some things I don't like about it, and it is a story that is kind of, it is kind of a story that, like, you could kind of wish should be a little bit grander in terms of fantasy. But, like, oh well. Alright, goodbye, Ashley. Get some sleep. But, no, my point being, back to my original point is the Aragon series very adequately explained why it's such a big deal to have children in an immortal society. And, like, I think that's very well put, and I think that's something that would factor into the Ancients, is like, if you're gonna have kids, you have to really, really think about how you're gonna take care of them, how their lives are going to go, and how much, like, and how much they're going to be, how well they're going to be treated. Because another factor, and this is something that Poloni also brought up, was, I believe he did, the fact that they are likely not going to have any friends their age. They are likely, like, if you have one child, they're gonna be all alone, because there's not gonna be any other children. And you really need to think about that. Like, you really gotta think about that. Which I think is one of the reasons, is that one of the reasons they had 2 kids, or were they just twins by happenstance? I can't remember. But, like, that's another thing, too, and, like, I'm sure that could be a thing in the Ascian society. There's probably not a lot of, like, or sorry, ancient society. For ancients, there's probably not a lot of kids running around. Like, there's not neighborhoods of children playing, like, games and stuff. Like, think about that. Most of their friends, if they're going to have them, are probably going to be adults. And, you know, how is that going to affect them almost developmentally, right? Be very interesting. Now, I can say, I, no need to brag or anything, but I, in, like, my own D&D, like, world and stuff, I did create, there is a species that is immortal, that has children very rarely, and there's a way they kind of get around that issue, which is, they basically just have kids in batches. Like, they kind of have kids in batches where they just, like, whenever somebody wants to have kids, there needs to be enough of other people that also want to have kids, and then they kind of rear them almost in a community sense, so that they do have people, so the kids do have people their own age. But it's also, like, a thing that can be a little tricky, right? As for the Ancients, they could do that. I don't know. That was a solution I thought of, but it could be a whole nother thing, right? Putting a tray of buns in the oven method. Is that why the Amaranthians were so welcoming to us kids? They could be, yeah. I mean, they'd have to be. You would, like, not be allowed to hate children. Not that you would, right? But that's probably why they were very receptive to that, right? Look at how the Shades treat you as kids in Amaranth. In Amarant, yeah, they treat you very well, very respectfully, like mini adults, really. That's an interesting way to go about it, and thank you, Raven. I think so, too. But I think that circumnavigates, like, a lot of the problem of, like, having immortal children. It's like, yeah, you just, anytime somebody wants to have kids, you basically have to wait until some other people do, too, so that they can kind of be reared together. I mean, not entirely together, but just so they have friends, you know? When the Shades talks about creating concepts to play with children. That they do. But, like, we still don't know how many children there are, which is, like, kind of the point I was making. Probably not a ton, but there's probably definitely some, right? Not very good concepts because they tried to kill us, but they tried. I mean, yeah, that's true, right? You're expected to raise them healthy, which is a huge thing. Yeah, it's like needing to plan a generation. It's exactly like that. Yep. It is literally exactly like that. Also, the same species I'm referring to I made in my homebrew world, they have like, they mature very slowly. Like they both mature rapidly and slowly. Like they come out of the, like something that I kind of liked from like, I don't know, my standpoint, I thought it was cool, was that like, if you are pregnant with this child, you're gonna be pregnant with them for, and this is terrifying to some, but about 2 years. There's about a total of, what is it? 9 trimesters or so? A little bit less than that, I think. For like the child, because they develop over such a long period of time. So when they are born, they come out a lot more capable, a lot more aware, just with a lot more of their faculties versus humans, right? Because fun fact about humans, the 9 months it takes for like a baby to be born is too few. There should honestly be another trimester. Like, humans should have another trimester for the sake of just development, but we don't, and it is a major evolutionary flaw that we have, because another trimester would fucking kill us. So we can't do it. Never thought about that. What about the concept of midwife for those races? There'd be some, yeah. There'd be an ancient tombs on the topic, for sure. Even the child is not in a rush, yeah. But like when, you know, again, in sort of my setting, when this child is born, you know, they're born, they were developed for 2 years. So when they're born, they can like crawl immediately because their motor skills and their muscles are just far more developed, and they can learn to walk relatively quickly. And part of that's an evolutionary advantage, one, just because they're immortal, but two, evolutionary advantage because sometimes it is a detriment to have a child that can't walk, you know? Are we really looking at, because the brain size got too big, default pregnancy time would be like 16 months? Yeah. Oh yeah, there'd be like another couple trimesters. An ancient specialized to make sure kids are born fine, trained for centuries. Yeah. And your like specialty is just making sure children like grow up, sort of grow up happy and healthy, you know? Hi Vinci, we're talking about children in ancients, and I was using Aragon as an example. I was using my own like D&D homebrew stuff as an example. I was using other fantasy settings as an example. I am tooting my own horn because I'm allowed to be, but also because I think it's an interesting thought, and it's something the ancients could do too. It's not out of the picture, you know? But like, yeah, like it'd be kind of interesting, like depending on like how they decide to like treat children in their society, and like how they develop, because there's nothing that says they have to even like develop and give birth in similar ways that we do. Like if these ancients are super powerful beings, then yeah, they probably develop for longer than 9 months in the womb. It could be like 16 months, right? Listen, if you can't toot your own horn on stream, where else, right? Exactly. And like, I'm happy I thought of my, you know, I thought of my stuff because I feel like it works very well and it makes a lot of sense. But also like, these same creatures, again, in my setting, they mature over these very long periods of time, and a demon, sorry, that's the fun part. What the species I'm referring to are demons, and like I think that's cool. I like demons, but like the demon is still considered relatively young until they're about 1,000 years old or so. At that point, are they like, I don't know. I shouldn't say. I mean, they're not mature because they mature a lot faster than that, but they're like not considered necessarily young anymore. I mean, still, you know, that's kind of like their 30s, so to speak, in kind of that sense. Maybe a little bit less than that, actually. It might be more like late 20s or something. Because, like, I feel like that would happen if you have a society of immortal people. Like, you probably mature at a very young age, right? It could be 18, it could be 20, it could be 50. But at what point are you considered mature in a societal sense? It's like, you know, we're technically adults at age 18, but 18-year-olds aren't like fully like realized people. You know, they're not fully mature in a societal sense. A 28-year-old though, a little bit different, you know? And like I feel like that's another thing to think about. And I'm sure it's probably a thing for the ancients too. Like, I don't know. How do you handle you know, at what point is the child mature or mature enough to do certain things? Or how are they mature enough to, you know what to do? Children in this race much more rare, like what tends to be cases of most longer lived races? Absolutely, yeah. Very rare. Don't mind me as I just die. I got a drink down the wrong pipe. But yes, I can imagine absolutely. Oh, there's a theory that the brain doesn't stop developing until the mid-20s. People derive all sorts of assumptions. That's what that means, though. Conversations I've read in Delicious in Dungeon. Delicious in Dungeon is a very good manga, by the way. I fucking love it. But also, it's got good world building. It does. But yeah, like that's another thing. Again, with how I've written my stuff is like these characters, you know, the species, it's rare for them to have kids, but when they do so, they have it sort of in this whole generational batch. But how often does that batch prop up? Honestly, it varies. You know, and that can occasionally suck because it's kind of like, oh, what if we want to have kids? And it's like, well, you certainly can, but you just have to be like careful about it. And I'm curious if the ancients have like a similar thing, because that would make sense to me, especially with them being such an intellectual culture. It would make sense that they would try to do this right. Like, because I mean, wouldn't you? If you're having immortal children, don't you want them to live rich and full, healthy, happy lives? I would say so. If you have any questions for me, though, let me know. I can try my best to answer stuff. It's probably frowned upon to make lonely kids. It is. It definitely is. Because, like, you don't want your child to grow up all by themselves. Now, there is, again, in my world, so to speak, there is an exception, or something of an exception. And that is political, baby. Because sometimes rulers need to have kids. Because, yeah, that's important. So they can even, like, you know, influence when those generations happen. And then have their child be a part of that. Or a child, or two, even. Also, we've come to an ancient child in FF14 was Elidibus. I think you're probably right. I don't know if it breaks the fantasy in general, but I've never considered the concept of evolution when it comes to immortal races. I have. Do you want to know my opinion? But that's a good point. Yeah, you're right. How evolution factors into things. If we go with Greek myth themes, I guess they could think children into existence. They could, but again, that might be kind of a taboo thing. Again, with my stuff, I've written in evolution as something that at a certain point, it basically stops. While it is true that to some sense that we are always evolving, it is never going to be at a certain, like at a certain point. An immortal creature doesn't need to evolve because they have all of the equipment they need to essentially continue their existence in a more evolutionary way. Now, there is like a point, like technically speaking, there would be probably subtle evolutionary changes in generations and such, but nothing that makes a significant impact, especially when you consider, again, with my stuff, this immortal race, and this immortal race is inherently a very magical species, because that's how they're immortal, because, yeah. But there's really nothing they can't do with magic. There's really nothing they can't do that evolution would actually give them a leg up on. Because it doesn't really matter at that point, you know? Other things done well in Aragon is since the elves adapted over their lifetimes. Correct. Yes. That's another thing, is like, if you are an incredibly intelligent, incredibly magical, immortal being, at what point is evolution actually useful to you? If you have, like, a glandular problem, or say you're lactose intolerant, and you know, future generations are less lactose intolerant, can't you just fix the lactose problem with magic? Can't you? Why wouldn't you be able to? Like, literally, at that point, like, why not? And I believe the elves in Aragon have, like, a similar thing with that, too. Is, like, any little gaps like that can easily be patched over with magic or learning new things. It was also one of the reasons why they're very studious people. The elves are in Aragon. So, like, yeah, evolution at a certain point doesn't really matter. It is still a thing, but it just doesn't really affect these it just doesn't really affect immortals, because why not? Now, that's not necessarily true, Zerum. Humans do evolve, and evolve very, very slowly, but not to any dramatic turn. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, in recent centuries, there have been actual evolutionary things that have happened to human bodies where we've become better at digesting certain foods, like sugary foods or foods heavy in protein. And stuff like that. Even our teeth is like something that factors into that a bit. We do evolve, although very slowly, and very subtly, with not many grand changes. And again, if you have a magical, immortal race, that would probably be even slower with even more subtle changes, to the point where it just, I mean, it's already at the point for us where it's basically minutia that doesn't matter. So why wouldn't it be for these immortal peoples too? Right? Makes perfect sense. Remember, if you have a fantasy setting, when in doubt, magic. Just use it magic. When in doubt, it's magic. 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 It's great. But yeah. Children and immortals. Can you help me with something, Iris? Maybe will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most of all creations in Elpis. Those creations are expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way. Flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions. We feel what we want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one. I want you to search with me. Let's start here at the 12 Wonders. Pop. Or science that looks like magic. Is there a difference? Any evolution would definitely reach a too slow to observe when the species is immortal or near immortal. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Because, like, why wouldn't that happen? You know? Bigger than your hands adorn the tree. Oh, so big and bright, I love them. I'd be a bit too bright. You have to think about the recipient. That's what Hermes said. Like, I like bright flowers. Hi, Wandering Nomad. How's it going? Hi, Bones. I am actually pretty alright. A tree. Let's grope this tree. Maybe it'll have something. We could have covered them in syrup. True. What do you think it means, if any, that Pathfinder people are converting one of their adventure books to 5e? Probably that they've just realized that 5th edition is the best type of tabletop game in the world. I would be murdered on the spot if I said that. What do I think that means? Nothing. They're just converting one of their books into 5th edition. Now I will say this about Pathfinder. Pathfinder does have a problem, and it is a problem of... It's hard to gain wide appeal with the amount of rules. Just look at their grappling rules. But it's hard for them to sort of ascertain... It's hard for them to ascertain, like, players or more players outside of their already niche group that are willing to learn the rules. And that sounds like an insult. It's not. But there's a reason 5e is so popular. There's a reason it's the most popular tabletop game in the world, and despite cynical voices saying it's because Wizards has a lot of money, they sure didn't when they started it. It's because it's just an incredibly approachable system. An incredibly approachable system. And that's at the core of why it's so popular. There's a reason things like Critical Role got popular, and that's because voice actors, talent, good stories, good writing, and rules that are easy to understand by people who don't even play it. And that's a thing, right? I'm not saying that makes Pathfinder bad. I'm not saying that 5e is the best. I'm not saying that other tabletops don't have merit. That is not what I'm saying at all. Someone will interpret that. That's not what I'm saying. I need to call Dale. He's the only one that knows how grappling works. And also, Zarim has a good point. Look at the grappling rules in games. That shows you how messy the game can get. I like a lot of tabletops. You know, like one of my favorites is Monster of the Week. And Monster of the Week is, it's powered by the Apocalypse system, and it's generally pretty good. But it has a problem that all powered by Apocalypse systems have. And the fact that it's not very in-depth. I mean, it is in some areas, but it's hard to, like, really dive deeply into certain aspects of it because the rules don't really allow for that. Well, Pathfinder is the opposite, right? Where it's got, like, it lets you go so deep, which is really cool and can be incorporated in, like, lots of really fun ways. But then the problem becomes, oh, this is 5 pages of just how to make a grapple check. Fuck. Like, that gets to be a problem, right? Yeah, just, Powered by the Apocalypse is fun, but has no crunch, exactly. And, like, some crunch is nice sometimes, you know? Like, it's sometimes it really does help. Like, some of that depth does allow you to do more cool and creative things. But then, you know, if there's too much of that, like with Pathfinder, then you're gonna scare a lot of people off. A lot of people aren't gonna wanna, like, put up with those rules. Could be worse, could be 4th edition. Hey. 4th edition's rules were pretty good. 4th edition was pretty good in general. I won't have any 4E slander here, unless you actually can complain about one of its major problems, but I think a lot of people miss the mark on 4th edition. Its biggest problem was combat. It took 4 hours to do one fucking thing. So taking the Munchkin series, Munchkin is fine. You know. 4E was best D&D, and I will fight you on this. You are objectively wrong. But 4E is still a good system. Like what do you mean by best? Because if we're talking like massive, overwhelming success, we all know 5E has won. Like, if we're talking tabletops and D&D in general, my God, 5E has succeeded in every possible way. Like, that none of the other editions can compare to it in that sense. I will say 4E is cool and had a lot of really cool ideas, and it would have been nice if people gave it a better chance. But also the fact that combat took literal hours to get through was an insane nightmare. Like I'm not kidding. One round of combat could take like 30 minutes. One singular round, if not more. That is a huge issue. Now, 4E was very good on DMs, which is really great, actually. But like, at some point, it just made it really hard for players to play, which is not great. 5E is so great with how loose and customizable it is. Yes, it's one of its greatest strengths. I don't play D&D myself, but I've got some friends who played 3.5 homebrew. Yeah, I mean, 3.5 is a good system. And that's what Pathfinder is, right? Pathfinder is 3.5. The streetwise stat for 4E, they should bring that back for 5.5. There's not gonna be 5.5, but it would be cool for them to like incorporate something like that. Yeah, 4th edition was like a tabletop war game. It really was. It's good. I haven't played since AD&D 2nd edition. Oh, good lord. Oh, 2nd E. 2nd E had Thaco, didn't it? Damn. But, like, yeah. All tabletops are valid. And you're allowed to like everything. But also, 5E's popularity and success is just simply undeniable. It is absurd, even. Doesn't mean it's perfect, though. But, I mean, shit, they've been correcting the problem. You know, it's hard to be like, oh man, there's flaws. Now they fixed most of them, because they're listening to feedback. But damn, yeah. That's also another good thing with 5E is the fact that Wizards is actually has gotten more and more open to just fixing problems. I mean, look at literally Monsters of the Multiverse and how that just revamps species in general to like just a very satisfying like quantity. It's hard to beat that. It's hard to beat that level of support. Practically no tabletop has that. Decoupling races with stats and stuff was a big step, yep. And it's literally like races in 5E have become more about the aesthetic and the cool, interesting racial abilities you get rather than stats or inherent talents. You know, it's cool that, you know, bugbears have a reach property about them. That's awesome. It's cool that drow have a cool cool inherent magic abilities. Their stats don't matter, and they don't tell anything necessarily about the species of like inherent skills, so to speak. You know, I'm not explaining that well. It was around then too, though, so it made people not want to play. Yeah, that's a whole thing. I'm playing through Curse of Strahd, and I am in love with it. Awesome. Yeah, Curse of Strahd's like one of the best modules that's probably ever been made. inherent physical capabilities or mental capabilities, right? They're just giving them kind of cool, just cool abilities. That's like, yeah, fantasy, which is dope, and we love to see it. Sorry, I got distracted by talking about D&D. This happens a lot, I apologize. Your flowers grown in the bed, whose colors forming a pattern. It'd be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. Maybe we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. The place should be fine though, let's keep looking. Hi, Mr. G, what's happening? But yeah, if Pathfinder's converting something, it's not a big deal. They're just like doing something. Could this be a zooming stream without going on tangents? Especially like D&D related tangents? Mesmerizing its undulations. Oh, a Kanian, a flower that can move. Maze wasn't looking and shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. Spotting flowers will find something soon. That is good to hear, Mr. G. Well, that's great. I can zoom through an entire tangent in 97 seconds. I really can't. I take like 30 minutes, but I appreciate the thought. Despite nothing through the promising nearby, best come looking grasses with a few some tiny flowers. Ah, over there, something big, something huge. Not the marble. Oh no. Hermes has gotten attacked by just about every creation here. It's great slapstick. But yes, Fizzy, Curse of Strahd is one of, if not the most popular model, adventure model in D&D 5e. And Curse of Strahd is where Strahd is the main antagonist. Wow. Or he doesn't have to be technically. That's kind of what's going on with it. When he hits 88 tangents an hour, you're gonna see some serious shit. True. Well, you know, it takes far longer when you have to slow your talking speed down for us mere mortals. True. Absolutely correct. Yeah, it's widely considered one of the best. Sought in old boots? Without a doubt, this culprit is a marble-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. These things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. Not the good sort of memory. It's not this one either. Finding good flowers, harder than I thought. But could we research a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something up after that, I promise. God, marbles are gross. If you've ever witnessed full fast talks mode, our ears might literally evaporate. That is probably true, yeah. They probably would. I'm just all sparing you your ultimate destruction. Lush green fields stretch out before you, anywhere the sky begins. There's nothing. Shiny thing over there, what could it be? Object. Well, too bad. We're gonna take a nice, beautiful picture in these flowery fields, okay?
It's like all my name days have come at once.
Clouds are so pretty here. Your mom is pretty here. Whoa! Fucking destroyed. Also, Mr. G, thank you so much for the sub. I super duper appreciate it. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Because you made my day a bit more beautiful. You're doing that 2 + 3 = 5. We just haven't subscribed for. That's kind of poggers. Where'd you go? This is what did Eris go all Bloodborne goth? No, this is what Asm looks like. This is like Eris as Asm. She has white hair with pink highlights. Is Sammy's Gobby name Zoomlock's Fast Talks? No, my Gobby name is Pinklock's Fast Talks. And it is a canonically accurate goblin name. Or at least accurate for Final Fantasy. It's a nice look. That mask and necklace is a nice touch, though. It's some good shit. You can safely assume Asm was not somebody who liked to conform to like the normal dress. And was absolutely always getting in trouble. At least that's how I rule it for like Eris. Bit of a trailblazer, you know. She's so pretty, though. Love a woman who can kick my ass, you know? You'll love to see it. Having the mask on your face, that'd be kind of fun. The meaning of Philomenes Notos. Notos means south wind and Philomenes means joy. Is that why he's joyful? Because this place is so beautiful. Aww. But also, I like to imagine, too, a running gag as it makes that Emmett is like, man, why do we have to wear these masks all the time? I mean, we're the convocation. They all know who we are anyway. It makes no sense. And Emmett's like, I know you're just fucking with me, but I hate that I believe you for a split second every time. It's like, I don't know what you mean. I don't know why we gotta be wearing masks. Everybody knows what we look like anyway. It makes no sense. That's not what the masks are for. Well, that's why you wear a mask, though, to hide your identity. Duh. It's like, That's exactly how it goes. As I'm constantly antagonizing Emmett. Every time he like puts the mask on, it's like, who could that be? I have no idea. The mask hides your identity so well. It's like, Asm, if I could kick you out of the convocation, I would. Emmett try not to engage, but breaking every time. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, Asm never wore her mask. Never, ever. It would likely be lucky to get Asm in a robe, I imagine. Because like the way I see it is like if Asm's traveling all over the place, if she's not on official business, and she was not on official business often, she'd be wearing different clothes. Probably like honestly, like probably like battle regalia and shit. Probably like battle regalia and whatnot, but she probably wouldn't be wearing a robe. I bet there's many a times where she like rushes to a convocation meeting and gets there and is like, all right, I'm ready for the meeting. Right, hey Emmett, can I borrow a cloak? And he's like, gives her one. She's like, sweet, thanks, dude. Puts it on over like her stuff. If she's on official business, she might be wearing the robe and maybe the mask, but like, that's maybe sometimes. Like she definitely would have casual wear and casual, like her sort of adventuring gear, well, traveling clothes, so to speak. And they would be different, I would imagine. Also, Emmett also definitely has a spare robe on him at all times, just to cover her up, just in case. He just permanently does that. And every time he's like, you know, you need to be responsible for your own robes and not me. Yeah, probably. But I appreciate it. Just like little groan eye roll, but like a little bit of a smile. You know? I also imagine like Emmett does strike me as like an acts of service type of guy. He definitely strikes me as the type of male wife, if you will, who would like definitely does like little things to show that he cares and things like that. The fact that he complains about it every time, but he's never once not had a spare robe. And he's like, you know, one of these days, I might not have one on me. It's like, yeah, but we'll get to that bridge when we come to it. And he's like, oh. But he always has a spare. Always. Just in case. Which, like, I think is kind of sweet, you know? Like... This is the last time I meet it. Still has one the next time. And the next. And the next. And then there's probably even a point where, like... I don't know. Lala Brea's like, why don't you just stop carrying robes on you? You know she'd actually have to, like, get one herself. And it's like... Pfft. Do you think she'd ever be able to capably find one in time? It's just best for the meeting and for all of us at the convocation that we can just carry on our business as fast as possible. Man, you really are down bad for her. Shut up. Was the real reason Emmett turned evil? Lamau, true. Simp, shut it. Where's your robe? You just had it on you a second ago. True. Also, when Eris and Emmett, or sorry, Azim and Emmett are like living together too, first thing she always does when she comes home is like take the robe off. And like the privacy of their own home. She just immediately starts stripping and he's like, you could wait until, I don't know, you get further into the house? We're in the mudroom right now. And it was like, it's so scratchy though. That's not true. It's made out of silk. I don't like it. It's a sensory thing. It's like, ugh. Could absolutely see that being a thing. Immediately strips, gets into her comfy clothes. I haven't even closed the door yet. Oh, Elvis flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Hey, not the sad Amarat music. Like me, they're enteleckies. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Truly, the flower was dark in your home? Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion? I dare say I have a few. Oh, this is good. I've known the pain of loss and sorrow. I've known the pain and sorrow of loss. I have felt great fury and frustration. Have been plagued by doubt and anxiety. What does Eris resonate with the most? Mudroom, like the entryway. Probably Midwest thing. I feel like it might be fury. Great fury and frustration. But pain and the sorrow of loss is big too. But I guess lately it's probably definitely been more fury. Loss was kind of more of like an ARR Heavensward kind of vibe, I feel like. Eris has lost a lot, not gonna lie. I think I'm gonna go Fury. Eris is a pretty angry woman. That's definitely true. Eris felt the same. A fire burning in your breast, a trembling hand, but no one understands. Please, Eris, won't you lend them to me? Your fury and your frustration? That's a bad idea. I went for all of the above. See, I don't think accurately anxiety and doubt is a big thing for Eris. She's rarely ever doubtful. She's a very committed, confident woman. Like sorrow, loss, fury, frustration, those work, right? But she's not terribly anxious. Depressed maybe, but not anxious. I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He's been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone. That others are sad too. Was Light Warden Eris anxious? I'm... Like the Eris that, like, turned into a Light Warden, or like Eris with all the light inside of her? Like, which one? The answer changes. Because, like, I would say, post-Innocence, that version of Eris, like when she was, changing, worried? Sure. Right? Worried about her friends, worried about things a little bit. But no, I think Fury is still more accurate. Like, anger, I think, is still the predominant emotion. Anger that the Exarch got hurt, anger at Emmet, the fear of betrayal, anger at herself that she's not strong enough to contain the light, anger and guilt that she could have been stronger and then maybe none of this would be happening. That's where she would be at. Truly, you'll do it? Okay, Eris, thank you. That means more than I can say. I'm ready to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. Good shit. Love that. Hi, Larry. That'd be a fear for her? Her powers turning on the people she cares for? Yes, for sure. That would be a legitimate fear that she has. Or more so her fearing that she's not able to control them. A lot of Eris's struggles are very internal in that regard, which is why she's like less anxious about things and much more like angry at herself, guilty about it, depressed about it even. You know, feeling as if she can't, feeling as though she is unable to be the strong hero, be strong enough, and that makes her mad. She's mad at herself. It's more of that kind of emotional reaction. And that's partly due to the pressure that's put on her to be so strong, right? Not gonna be champion of existence without feeling a little bit of pressure. They're still talking. Let's wait until they finished.
Hermes!
That's so high-pitched. God, I'm so much bigger than her. Holy shit.
Oh, you were waiting for me.
Yeah.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
You sound so sad, dude.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Piss flowers.
Go on.
Alright, let's see if this works. Alright. Ooh, purple.
You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too.
Days have come at once.
You're not
Let him
alone.
his baby.
See, thank you so much for the 9 months. Do you know that 3 plus 3 plus 3 equals 9? We just haven't been subscribed for? We're just kind of poggers. That's a whole Twitch baby. What's our child's name? Well, also, this is really sweet. This is so sweet, though. Like, you're not alone.
I see Mission has shared much with you.
Oh.
May we talk a moment?
I like his eyes. She's distracted by fireflies. It's like, hey, go play with the fireflies. Oh, hedgehog! Oh, bye, hedgehog.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man.
And he sees the injustice in that?
Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one.
Ooh, I like Hermes a lot.
So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method.
Oh man, I like him a lot. Holy shit.
Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures.
Yeah. He's become so attached to them after spending so much time with them. He recognizes the injustice of life, essentially. And recognizes sort of the hypocrisy and how okay with it everyone else is. But what's there to do, right? What's to
Yet
do?
no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep.
Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. That is a fucking great line. Holy shit.
I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Elpis. Or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you.
Yeah, Hermes. You're a cool dude.
To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
You know, there's something very powerful about... I mean, what Hermes is describing is privilege, basically, right? He's describing a certain privilege that others have and how they live in sort of this blissful ignorance. Hermes doesn't, because he, over time, I'm sure, has realized that just like, he has seen these animals live and die over and over and over, and it's gotten to him, right? And there's something about how he's able to articulate that and how he feels so isolated for being so alone and how everyone else feels differently, or like he's the only one seeing the problem here, like he's the only one with his eyes open. Does that remind you of anything else, perhaps? People having the privilege to live their lives while you feel as though you can't live yours? Does that remind you of anything? Anyway, but it is something nice that he sees a comfort in us, that we're somebody who's also suffered quite a bit, and to know that we've experienced suffering while he really he has, but these others really haven't. And perhaps it's true even that some have, but they've buried it so deep in themselves, they're not allowing themselves to sort of feel that emotion. That's not a good thing. You know, if I had to make a sound bet, I bet you Emmett could make the flowers change color too. I bet you he could. But would he let himself? You know, would you let yourself feel an emotion? Don't know. It's a good question. Seems dangerous, doesn't it? Glad I could be of service. Let's have no more brooding, eh? Well, I could tell you all about suffering. I don't want to tell him to not brood, because that's kind of a dickish thing to do. I also don't want to be like, I can tell you about suffering, because I don't want to turn this into the, the sad Olympics. Unless that line doesn't mean what I think it means. Huh, my mic picks that up. Slosh, slosh. Yeah. Let's try that. Let's see how it goes. I'm trying not to one-up him. I'm just trying to, like...
Lest you misunderstand, I derive no pleasure from your pain.
Oh, he looks worried?
It's just... the fact that you are still here in spite of your suffering gives me heart.
Okay, that's fair. I want to talk about my trauma, though. No, wait.
The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are?
Oh. You can't really see here, but Metien is down here looking at the fireflies.
Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life.
Hell yeah, dude.
So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteion and her sisters.
What?
Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life.
He made a bunch of bird girls and sent them to other planets? What? Alpha?
As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness.
It's a promise you may fail to keep.
It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteion. Let us head back.
All right.
Call me concerned, to say the least. What if it's not Meteion? What if it's one of her sisters? I mean, could you imagine if one of the bird girls found the dragon star? And found such a wasteland of suffering? What would they do? Come back here? Die? I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I don't like the vibes. The prodigal familiar returns, and after causing all manner of trouble while we were in our meeting, I'm sure. Hi, Amphi. Hi, Arla. Also, hi, Mai. Hi, Grand. How are you? able to get some rest, please don't hesitate to let us know if you're feeling tired. I worry you might exhaust your scarce reserves of aether. Sir, I'm fine. Oh, you love us, Emmett. You do. You're just mad I'm taller than you. POV, you're just a little hater. It's the perfect motorboating height. I know. I'm aware of this, believe you me. Love him. Marshmallow hell. It's looking pretty defiant here. Always is, always is. The real reason he restored you to full stature? He's just like, excellent. Booba. As default, Emmett grumpy and defiant, arms crossed. Ah, damn. Let me do... No, I don't know about that one. Maybe not that emote. Here, let me actually... You love this way too much, I can see. Too much? Is there a way to love it too much? He's just annoyed this isn't the real Asm. Maybe. The tension. Like, I gotta get some close-ups of my husband before he dies and before we leave this part of the MSQ. Gotta soak it up while I can. Also. Lol, thank you so much for the follow. I super duper appreciate it. Hope you have an absolutely lovely day because you made my day a bit more lovely. I love you so much. Welcome. Ooh. I actually like the wink a lot. A softer expression on Eris's face is not common, but something that happens sometimes. Oh, fuck. POV, the big lady likes you a lot. There's like a blank face, isn't there? You can ponder. Smile feels vaguely threatening. It is. But Eris can't do a straight face. I mean, she's not straight. That's true. And no, there is no canonical gender for Azim, because Azim's gender is up to the player. Also, gender doesn't really matter, too, because ancients don't have a solid concept of gender. It's not like a thing. There's not like female or male ancients. No bitches. I've only been playing since July. I've been playing for over a year now. Yeah, there's not like the ancients, one, don't really have gender, and two, there's not a canonical gender. I like this facial expression too. I feel like a very normal conversation. Alright, sorry. Everyone in the party staring at you. True. Literally like that. So the flowers, thank you. Will help. I hope today will be difficult for him. Aw, he's almost smiling. They're posing for the sitcom intro. True. And everyone said yes. I mean, again, ancients don't have gender. Hythlodeus is Hythlodeus. I'll do a brief interlude, perhaps, but it's time I attend to my next task. The Emet-Selch and Hythlodeus are aware we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycanos. 7 were created for observation. And all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as chief overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. Lycanos would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of Architect to have a concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hythlodeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. And whatever the Bureau decides, existing Lycanos have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion of the study. You're resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course, let us be off then. We return to the main aisle. Damn. Poor Hermes. I feel bad for the guy. He doesn't deserve it, you know? Poor dude. Something tells me it might be further north than I would like. You know, it is kind of funny too that they actually use a male Vieira face for Hythlodeus, because because of that, like, it does give him more of that androgynous look, and the fact that male, like, Vieira have, like, an interesting take on gender in their society, too. It's kind of funny. I feel like it fits. Hey, there's 4 here. Where are the other 3? Doros? Doros, are you hurt? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with etherical shackles, but they became frenzied, and even more so than usual, and they broke free. I was able to stop 4, the other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. Last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Eris handle this one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. This is how it must end, then so be it. I render assistance to Emet-Selch, unneeded though it is. And it's just gonna nuke them with a fucking void bomb or something. Meditating you're to stay here with Doros. But Hermes, Lycanos must be reverted, and I would spare you their pain and mine. This is my burden, not yours, but if you're intent on helping, then please follow my lead. Not the serious music. Need someone when the time comes. Never mind, my wounds are easily healed, like Hanus. The Lycanus is what concerns me. Not the intense wubby music. Holy shit. Burb. Oh, wrong button. Oh, he flying. Be sure to help and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry within striking distance at present, but it feels threatened. It may flee beyond reach. Then you'll approach slowly and full of view and draw Lycian's attention. I warn you, its abilities are fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. Fear not my measure, but you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments. It'll give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin. Alright, buddy. God, I keep trying to press buttons for Elden Ring until I've been playing a lot of, not this game. These guys sure do hurt, though. Got him. Stop blasting me, please. Oh. There we go. I couldn't see the destination.
Now.
Oh, he's got the caduceus. Yeah, he's got the, yeah, that's exactly what he has.
Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me.
Oh, this got really sad.
You and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire.
Oh.
Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Oh.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star. And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Fandaniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
Me too, buddy.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
I expect.
Aye.
Oh, that's such a good cutscene, dude. Holy shit. Like, I think Emmett was trying to help. Like, I don't think Emmett was trying to ruin his mood. And I would almost argue Emmett said something necessary. In that moment, I think, like, his aim was to be like, this is really hard on you. You shouldn't, like, this job is too stressful for you. You need a change of pace. Is kind of what I think Emmett was getting at. He was getting at this idea of, like, join the convocation so you don't have to keep working this job that is absolutely hurting you. Because it is. And that is plain to see. Emmett can tell. We can tell. Everyone can tell. It is hurting him. It's a bit blunt. It is a bit blunt. Right? Emmett is not wrong. As he often is. A teller of truth, right? He is not wrong in how he says that Hermes really isn't cut out for this. Like, it's affecting him. It's hurting him. But I think it does betray a bit of Emmett's ignorance on his issue. Also, Hermes, you'll have a chance to actually change stuff from Convocation C. I think that's also part of it, right? I think Emmett fundamentally misunderstood Hermes' problem with the system. I think he did. Like, I think Emmett approached it from this angle of, like, look, I understand what you're going through. Get a change of pace. Change something for yourself here. Make something different. Like, take action. But as often is the problem, and in certain emotional situations, suggestions to action are not always the thing that people need to hear. I think Emmett understood that Hermes was suffering, but he didn't necessarily know the right way to go about it, right? And I think that's kind of why Emmett kind of ticks Hermes off there, but in doing so, he actually allows for Hermes to express his emotions completely and honestly, which is kind of a good thing too. Don't know if that was his intention or not, but it was a good thing that Hermes actually got to say the stuff that he was feeling for once, instead of just being like, I need some time to think. He's like, no, I don't like the fact that if I take this position, I'm gonna be condemning someone to die, because we go about and we just let all these things die, and I don't like that. Like, I don't like that we're these arbiters of life like that. It sucks. And Emmett, I mean, to that point, he didn't say anything. He just like looked at him and was like, just nodded. If anything, maybe Emmett does understand Hermes a lot better than you might think, than we might interpret. But perhaps he just didn't comfort Hermes in the right way, you know? I was like, I would say probably what Hermes needed in that moment was probably some validation. Probably a bit of like sort of validation in his emotions and how he was feeling, someone to perhaps listen to him. I don't think it was someone to listen to or understand him in that moment, not somebody to give him a call to action. He didn't need that, right? Emotional support, sure, yeah. He didn't need to be told what to do in that moment. That's not what he needed. But that's what Emmett did, because perhaps that's how Emmett operates, right? Which would make sense for him, you know? Just like Hermes is perfect to run Elpis because he feels where others don't look at the creations that experiment and not sentient beings. I don't think he misunderstands. I think it holds a mankind's duty to make these choices as shepherds of the star, but we know that eventually delves into only the true are fit to guide the star. I mean, I think sort of, yeah. Like, I would say, is Hermes perfect to run Elpis? Yes, but at what cost? Is it worth the cost? Is he perfect for this role, or is he too perfect and it's hurting him? At what point do you stop? At what point do you call that off? Like, you know what I mean? And then I think to the point where, like, I think Emmett is right in that sense, where I think he does understand, but it's kind of a very fine line they're still trending, you know? That's a very fine line. Dangerous line, even. Is it right to stay in a job that you're perfect for, but is destroying your mental health? Is it? If you're good at something, should you keep doing it, even if it's hurting you? Quite an exciting visit for you thus far. Oh, you weren't injured, were you? Good, good. Curious what you have to say, Emmett. Lyconuses have been taken care of. The incident is resolved and the life in Elpis continues as normal, or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there are pangs of sadness when a colleague leaves us. And never has a departure caused me so much grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Yeah. What's it like, Emmett? Very poor choice of words, I'd have to say. He has to be thinking that later. He's got to be thinking about that later as an Ascian. Absolutely sitting there like, yeah, I completely understand where Hermes was coming from now. I completely get it. But Emmett also did just say that he understands him. I don't know what the answer he's searching for is, or if it's within our power to give, but I believe he would make a fine Fandaniel. If he rejects us out of hand, we will be lesser for it. Damn, dude. Yeah. Hey, that's a level 87 button right there. All right, we're at level 78, level 87 MSQ. Just barely got in there too, damn. He understands but doesn't understand the scope of Hermes' problem. I love these little guys. Maybe. I'm not sure. Difference between sympathy and empathy? Perhaps. I don't know. That's a very good... I love Emmett. He's so cool. But honestly, Hermes, really cool. He's probably like one of my favorite NPCs right now, actually. Hermes is very, very cool, very interesting. I love the dynamic with him. I love how only 3 more levels. Remember when it was level 83 that we killed Zodiark? Only a 3 levels? It's crazy to think I'm just about done though. You know? Or I'm getting there, right? Probably still have like 20 hours left or something like that. Jeez. Well, I can't wait to kill Heidelin as our next trial or something like that. Since that's the logical conclusion, right? Or she's like the level 91 or something. Right? They fucking would do that too. They would. They would do something like that. Well, anyway. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I have to pee, but I will be right back. I'm gonna just put you guys on a lovely little BRB screen. So 1, 2, 3. BRP. Worth it anyway. How's it going? Also, what do you mean? You wouldn't vote to that? What you talking about? That's not a Pop-Tart. Though I do have Pop-Tarts, but it is not a Pop-Tart. It is a Scotcheroo. It is not a cracker. Also, hi Keepy. Keepy? Hi Kiki, happy T-Dub to you too. Keepy? Where did that come from? No, it is a Scotcheroo. Is what we call them here in the desolate wasteland of the Midwest. You need to keep Kiki, obviously. I mean, I guess I don't know. She can go wherever she wants to go. It's a peanut butter square covered in chocolate, correct? With butterscotch in it too. No. Okay. So, it's like, see that? It's like Rice Krispie bits covered in peanut butter. And then the chocolate has butterscotch mixed into it. See that? Scotcheroo. That's what it's called. Where do you live so I can come have some of those? I live in the desolate wasteland known as the Midwest. Come by sometime. It snowed here yesterday. Now, I will say, it does fuck. They're very good. But yeah. They're like a regional treat. Also, hi, Sal. They're like a regional treat. But the whole idea is like you take butterscotch, mix it in with the chocolate, like get that all nice and butterscotchery, and then you just like take the Rice Krispie stuff, mix it in with the peanut butter, get all that out, you lay it flat, cover the chocolate, and put it in the fridge, let it settle. Honestly, pretty simple. Practically anyone can make it. Though a lot of people make really bad ones because they make them really dry and they dry out. These ones aren't though. This is good shit. There should be a satisfying like snap to them. And they shouldn't be dry. It should be like a nice like break. And it shouldn't be like a crumble. Like you don't want them to crumble. Or if they're fresh, then they kind of tear. Like a warm cookie would, right? They kind of tear like that. But like a cookie, there should be a nice break, not like this crumble that happens. You know, it should snap. Which is why like, look at that, right? Very good. I've had a lot of shitty ones though. That's because every Karen at like the PTO meeting thinks they can like make them, and a lot of them forget to put butterscotch or they don't use butterscotch, but it's a Scotcheroo. It is supposed to, it is supposed to have butterscotch in it. That's the whole point. That's the allure. So yeah. I don't know. Come to Iowa, we have those. I guess. I'll make them come over. I'll make them for you. It's not hard. I can make them just fine, though I haven't anytime soon. But also that's because I don't want to make a whole pan of them and then eat a whole pan by myself. I would feel like a glutton. I guess I could share some, but like, I don't know. That's still a lot. Good night, Zaram. You know what I mean? Still a lot to eat. But no, we don't have any tornadoes right now, Nomad. We had like a tornado a week or two ago, though. But no, it fucking snowed here yesterday, and I'm sad about it. But anyway. I'm from Wisconsin. Oh, you're from Wisconsin? No, are ya? Snow is gross, agreed. Move to a literal desert, never seen snow again. I wish Keezy. I lived in Wisco. Wisconsin. Wisconsin's fine, honestly. Kind of like Minnesota's like ugly twin, but it's fine. Teehee. I don't know. I might honestly move at some point. I kind of want to move. My friends joked about like, my friends joked about getting like a big old house or something like that. And I'm just kind of like, you know, as long as it's in like a warm climate, sure. Why the fuck not? The snow is doing the Midwest thing of never ending goodbye, inching towards the door but never quite leaving for another hour after saving goodbye. Why is that a thing? God, you're right though. That's so accurate. People in normal places are just like, goodbye, and then they leave. Because that's what you're supposed to do. Instead of taking 2 hours to get out the door. Anyway. That is such a thing. All right, Hythlo, what's your plans, buddy? I would like to visit before we leave. I'd be glad to show you the way. Sal 1v1 me? Hermes has not yet outright refused the position of convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. What about you, Eris? Will you come along with us? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we must first head back towards the Anna Gunnar Cereres. You'll lose. I'll have you know, I'm quite capable in a fight. I'll have you know, I did level my charisma up, Sal, and I am a full charisma caster. You better watch out. think we're done with these, right? I could probably equip them now. Don't throw at me with a good time. What does that mean? You better watch out. You better watch out. You better watch out. You better watch out. You better watch. I love that vine. Also, what does that mean by a good time? I know I'm a bard by trade, but still. Excuse me. It's like swallowed and burped at like the same time. Santa Claus is coming to town. Oh, whoops. By the time the perfect time have it. No, Blue, stop that. Wouldn't you like to know? I don't want to know when Santa Claus is spooging. I am good. I don't need to know that. Also, can we talk about Elden Ring? How the whole point of Elden Ring is to spooge or be spooged? Wait, no, stop that. I keep pressing Q to lock onto them in Elden Ring. No, what I mean by having a good time. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Thought it was hugs. Nah, it's either spooge or be spooged. That's the whole point of Elden. Wait. Oh, I probably shouldn't go up there yet. I didn't even press it that time. I was to hold the Blue Witch's 4 hands. I mean, yeah, that would be nice. To hold all of Ranny's hands. I mean, yeah, that's only if you do the Ranny ending. No, I'm referring to like a deluge of spooge. Loop, I hate you. Also, hi. But no, what I was talking about is an Elden Ring. Like, to become the Elden Lord, the Golden Order ending, hi Val, the point is to either spooge or be spooged. Like, I don't know how this is gonna happen, but the whole point is for me and Queen Marika to bang. So someone is getting spooged or doing the spooging. I don't know who it is, because I'm not sure what she's going on. Like, what's going on there, right? Like, so it's one of us, and that's the whole point. That is the whole point. Look, the Elden Ring works in mysterious ways. I have a feeling I know what the ring does now. I don't think you wear it on your hand. Elden Ring is a story if you're a top or a bottom. It's a story about knocking up and or getting knocked up by a hot queen. Also, didn't realize Elden Ring was a dating sim. It kinda is, though. It's like, hey, Queen Marika? Or Ranny? Or Melinda? Your choice. Which I think there might be more endings, or that might not be all of them. I know there's like some variations to the endings too, but still. It is about maidens. But the problem is, when you're also the maiden, you don't know who's gonna be maiden-y. Wait, no. Okay. Problem is, if you're a maiden, and they're a maiden, one of you... One of you has to be the bottom, okay? That's how it translates. I don't want to use the actual word I was thinking of, but still. What if the spooge was one of us? This is a horrible convo, I agree. Like, I get it. She's a queen and a goddess. I'm sure she can figure out how to either knock me or her up. I'm sure we can figure that out. There's the question hanging in the air of who's gonna be burying the children. And do we take turns? Do you take turns? Now that could kind of make sense. You like take turn. Could maybe see that. You just like... It's like, but I had the baby last time. It's your turn. I could see that happening, maybe. But I had twins. That counts for 2. Oh my god. Just use Ronaldo's IFV program. Oh my god. It's always my turn. My turn. And Chris like, get me pregnant. Oh god, Emprig, Fancred, Fanfic, Elden Ring crossover? Whoa! Why do people watch me? Honestly, it is amazing. I'm astounded. People are like, yeah, this is how I'm gonna spend my evening. Huh. Slow bird, barista AU, emo. No, not the emo AU. How are you a partner? That's true. That's true, I am partnered. Twitch has officially ordained me, keep that in mind. Remember, my birthday is this weekend, and this month is also the anniversary of me being partnered. Remember that. Remember that my partner anniversary is coming up in like a week or 2. Which I should like do a stream for that. That'd be kind of fun. Regardless. And yeah, and my birthday too. So really April is the domain of Sammy when you think about it. Official Twitch ordained content, I might also say, just saying. 12-hour Elden Ring stream. Nah, actually what I might do, if I was gonna do a streamiversary thing, I might do a lore read. Like I might do, like, cause I did promise for the charity stream to do to read the short stories. And I might prepare like a lore talk or something. That could be fun. Maybe play a little bit of Final Fantasy. But I think it would be appropriate, right? 1 year later of Final Fantasy and stuff. That could be kind of fun. Well, happy birthday in advance. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. But a 12-hour Elden Ring stream, that could be fun. Do a deprived playthrough, only fists. I'm only allowed to punch things. One Punch Man build, let's go. Why not? No tricks, just fists. Just like what I like to hear from my partner. I mean, yeah. Maybe both? That sounds like fun. Only fists? My only fans, I mean my only fists. My only fisting. Army's not far from me. From the size of Elpis, I expect to pass across again for Olam. Not fisting everyone you meet? Listen. Listen here, Sal. No Flips Just Fist was actually a motto of a wrestling tag team. Really? You follow the path northwards into Notonius? Sammy's Habiki? What? Oh, and then Nessus's, which facility traveled to the islands of Elpis. Suppose will be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once. Henceforth, you will have all the leave to use it freely. Shall we? Oh, we're going to like a different island. Ooh. From SF? San Francisco? Street Fighter? Wait. So, you're calling me... Let me get this straight. You're calling me... this guy? Now, I understand he's wearing pink, and that's cool for him, but... I don't have a widow's peak! Also, he kind of just looks like a jerk. He's got big jerk vibes, you know? You're also not a coward. Exactly, I'm courageous. No, not him. Who am I looking up? Like, look, you tell me. Hibiki Symphogear? She punches things? I like this girl better. A lot better than this guy. I like her better here. Also, that is an expression I would make. She punches things? Okay. So, like, that's her whole thing. Now, let me turn this off, and just in case I see anything inappropriate, because this is an anime. Hey, you know what? Good job. I'm seeing lots of appropriate things. They combine into an even bigger fist? Oh, she's cute. I like her hair. Hibiki Symphogear punch? Let me type that in, maybe. Oh! Hello, ma'am! This one. Right here? Watch Symphogear, it's gay, so gay. I did hear about this, because like, it's like mech girls or something, right? That's her god killer fist? Huh. I did hear some good things about it. I haven't checked it out, though. She shares a top bunk with her best friend? Alright, alright. I am more interested now. Magical girls, ex-mecha, ex-idol. Yes, it's very, very gay. Ooh, man. Yeah, they're roommates. Ah, good shit, good shit. Honestly, it reminds me of, God, what's the anime of, the zombie idol girls? There are two extremely fruity ones in that one. Zombieland, yeah, Zombieland Saga, thank you. Love Zombieland Saga, great. Also very gay, very queer. And, yes, speaking of the T-Dov too, one of the characters is trans too, which is super cool. Like, explicitly trans. There's a whole episode they have about her, and it's very, very good. It's also very sad, but like, it's a happy ending. Like, it's very angsty, I should say. But it's good. It ends good. It ends good. I swear, it ends good. And Zombieland Saga is really good. Saga. Yeah, it's great. There's God, the two girls are very gay with each other. But she's a zombie, Sammy. And it did not end well. Thanks for the happy ending is good. Yeah, it is. Anyway, that's another good one. Anyway, yeah, apparently I gotta watch Symphogear now. I and Juko, yes, thank you. I knew one of them was I was like, I couldn't, I forgot the other one though. Yes, her and Junko. Very good. Little, just saying. But, yeah, okay. So I gotta watch Sympho Gear now. Good shit. I'm looking at all these other pictures of her punching stuff, and that's kind of fun. Honestly, I like her. She's very scrappy. Seems like a Genki character, and seems like a Genki character, and I love me my Genki characters. I want to be a Genki. I am not a Genki. I'm definitely a Himedari. And I guess that's how life is. But I want to be a Genki. That's the goal, right? Never gonna happen, though. Scrappy like Scrappy too? No, stop. No, the good definition of Scrappy Blue. More like Scrappy Blue. Blue. We got transformation sequences. No, you. As the need is pressing, I won't be tracking Hermes with my ethereal sight. Just poor managed to find someone's coming and goings as a fashion, so don't ask. Social conventions notwithstanding, perceiving either requires deliberate and intense concentration. We always keep our eyes on the corporeal world. Here we are. No to Tenius. Then Neus will take us to Calmios, Zephyros, the western island. It's right there, looming large over us. Step this way and you can soon admire the view from above. Second half of the zone. I didn't even realize this place was up here.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well. An Arraius. How delightful.
You're delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Shark! That's a big boy.
That's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago.
Street shark.
Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept.
Yeah, because sharks are awesome! Yeah! Sharks are great.
At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
I like how Hythlodeus is just rambling. Oh, mommy. Hello, mommy.
That was too close. Are you unharmed?
Damn. Oh, man, we're getting all the good action today. Let's go.
Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Mommy?
That we should meet you here.
God, this trio is so good. Heliodis is like, oh, Venat! And then Emmett's like, and Eris is like, that was cool, do it again. God! Please just look at these three dumbasses. Please, look at them. I want an adventure of like just this group. Oh my god. Good shit. Ancients had a lot of sharks, Shark OCs, as they should. Sharks are fucking awesome. Big dumb jock squad, we love to see it. Just. That was cool, do it again.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star.
Oh?
Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work.
Interesting.
Venat is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Oh, wow, we make a lot more sense. That's why it's us. That's why it's us. No, that makes a lot of sense. She's literally mommy. So like, cause like that was a big question, right? Was like, okay, why us? Why me? It's like, oh, you're Azem. But no, you're not just Azem. She was Azem. You're new Azem. That's why she's passing down that mantle to you. Orange, I want to see that meme, please. That's interesting.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emet-Selch. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number.
Drag him! Oh my god, the brows of both the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. Holy shit. Roasted!
For one so young, you must make an effort to frown less often.
Fucking obliterated.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
Oh my god! This is like the first time we fucking see him smile like this, just... Oh my god. Oh my god! Canon! It's canon! It's canon! It's canon! Oh, this is so good! Easier said than done thanks to your unruly successor. Oh my god. Dude, just admit you're in love with your wife, alright? Could you imagine though? Wait, no, this is like his mother-in-law then. Hold up, wait. This is it. No, this is son-in-law, son-in-law and mother-in-law dynamic. Oh my god. Holy shit. That's the dynamic. Which is why she's like, you should frown less. And he's like, it's your daughter's fault. Oh my god. I am losing my mind. I am losing my mind. This is fantastic, dude. Bless. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god! Ah! I didn't fall. Sorry, I'm very excited. Can you tell? Dude, this is great. Holy shit. I love it. Yeah, that's canon now. Ordained. Canon. Fucking love this shit. Oh my god.
How is she, if I may ask?
He's gonna be like, oh, that's great. Thank you, Orange.
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Alfie and Emmett sitting next to a bar commiserating how everyone dunks on them. Fuck yeah, Sal. Ah, I rushed into a volcano. Good for me.
You know I am.
Aww. I mentioned the volcano. It's great. As a volcano, I'ma fight this volcano. It's great. See, that's the real reason Emmett's so bothered by Azim, is because he's so worried.
Now then, you are?
Hey, what's happening?
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
Whoa, okay, what? She knows! She knows! She's just like, you came from the future, didn't you? And it's like, no, I didn't. Oh, so that'd be great, because Eris in this moment would just be like, no. Oh my god. She's smart. Mom is smart. Mom, I swear. Mom knows everyone's scattered. Also, that means your bestie and, like, my bestie and my husband couldn't figure it out, but I can't pull one past Mom. That tracks. Yeah, that tracks. Oh my god. That's great. Also, hi Dapper, hi Mai. How are you guys?
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you.
Uh-oh. Ah, Dapper, you have a great taste in emotes. Shenpai's wonderful, love her. Hi, Mai.
Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
Wow, that's really smart. Yeah, I mean, she right, though. Busted by blessing. Busted. Harris is like,
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Prevents the corruption of one's ether. Interesting. Which is why we can't be tempered. The Blessing of Light is just a protective ward. It's the anti-temper ward. I mean, that makes sense. That's kind of ingenious. Because then if you're a traveler, you don't want to become contaminated by the dangerous, like, throat. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah. Oh my god. We were never tempered. I knew that, by the way. This literally proves that, too. Ugh! Sandy was right. Again. Mark it on the board. I was right. Again. But yeah, literally, it's an anti-temper buffer. Literally. God. But yeah, like, it's something to prevent the corruption of Aether, which you might need if you're going to lots of dangerous different places, because who knows what might happen. So you just have something that stops people from being corrupted. Boom, done. The all-powerful blessing is just a simple ward to the ancients. Yeah, makes sense. Zumi was right, Count. Overflow error. Yup, correct. It's an etheric hazmat suit. And she just went, "You're wearing my suit, but I didn't give it to you, so are you from the future?" And that's a perfectly logical line to come across, yeah. God, that's cool. I love that. That sounds rather like the Blessing of Light. Does it protect you from the enthrallment of primals by any chance? It's like primals, you know that?
Primals, you say? But I'm not familiar with such beings. But if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes, the magic would afford you a measure of protection.
Holy shit. Oh my god. Is this the equivalent of Hydaelyn giving us a coat so we don't get cold? Yeah, because she's a good mom! I love her! Ah! Remember when I put Hydaelyn Venat low on the tier list and people are like, why? I'm like, I literally haven't met her. She's already S tier, baby. She's mom.
I gather from your question that you are not ignorant to its presence.
Oh, fuck, she's gonna figure out I know shit now.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours.
Oh, that's dangerous, though.
How very exciting. I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future.
You say that with such glee.
Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
I was like, so you're telling me there could be dire consequences for what happens here if we learn about the future? Let's go! I want to tell her, I really do. I think we should. Whatever happens, happens, right?
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself.
Listen, you're gonna have to do things to get me to confess.
As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
I can't wait to see Emet's face where Eris is like, okay. So I'm Azem. By the way, thought you should know. And that's when Emet goes, I knew it! It just, this thing freaks out. And, continue. Jumps up in the air. He's like, I knew it! God. Good Lord. Concern?
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past.
See, I think this is the big brain play. I think Hydaelyn exists. And I think this is pretty easy to piece together. Hydaelyn exists because of our interference. Because we were sent into the past, Venat gets the idea from us, or takes action because of us, to create Hydaelyn. And I'm sure our interference isn't interference, it is literally the loop which creates the past. We were always going to go forward and then back so that those events could happen. It is a continual timeline. Our interference is literally what creates our future. That would make perfect sense. Like, especially her line here, else I would not have marked you so clearly and sent you unto myself in the past. It is incredibly intentional. Incredibly intentional. Because Venat, Hydaelyn, knows herself well enough to make decisions like that. She knows herself well enough to do these things. It makes perfect sense. We go forward and back and forward and back and then forward and back. Yeah. It makes perfect sense too. Because we already saw this exact thing happen in Final Fantasy XIV canon with the Alexander raids. Going back in time and forward in time as a continual loop to ensure the future and the timeline stays intact. Like the cat. Remember when Alexander created a cat so the cat could influence time to ensure the loop is continually moving in the same direction even though people are jumping back and forth through time? I remember that. It's the same thing, except it's Hydaelyn doing it, not Alexander. It's literally the same shit. I need small word. No, bail, in short, no. That does not have to happen. My favorite implication of casual loops is because they have no initial cause. They must be fundamental foundation of the universe. Yes. The whole stuff of us dying and Graha bringing us back to the first before we die. There's also that too, but that's kind of different. There was an Alexander in the twinning. Yes, that's right. There is, yes. Again, kind of different. Slightly different. Time is a flat, round shape. It is, and it all moves together. So yeah. No, literally the Alexander raids are an event extremely similar, the same to this happening, where time is a loop. You go forward and back and forward and back to create the event in the future. And that's exactly what Venat is doing. So we are supposed to tell them because it's important. Perfect. Perfect. It's perfect. It's so perfect.
It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Perfect. And we're like, all right, yeah, sure, fair enough. Can't wait to fucking tell them, though. It's gonna be so good. Also, this is proof, too. This is further proof that Hydaelyn, of all people, she trusts Emet. She trusts Emet and Hythlodaeus both. But that makes sense, especially if Azam, us, we're friends with them. We're good buddies with these two, right? You got bestie and husband, right? So like, it makes sense that Hydaelyn would trust us to trust them. Like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Because they're a couple of good boys. Why wouldn't you trust them? They are. But also just because, like, we trust them, we're good friends with them, and she knows them personally too, and knows that they would do the right thing, right? Which is why Emet knows. That's why he knows. It was I'm right. That's why Emet made the plan. That's why he made the crystals. That's why he did everything, is because he did know. He knew everything because we told him. I'm right. I'm so right. Holy fucking shit. Oh my God. He knows. He literally knows. That's why. He knew this entire time! The whole, everything, all the plans, all the schemes. I inhaled my hair. All right, all the plans, all the schemes, all of it was because he knew. He knew everything, the ancients, Hythlodaeus, Amarat, everything, the crystals. Everything, he knew it all! He knew it all! That's why he did the stuff. That's why he did it. That's why he planned it. Okay, I sound insane right now. I sound insane. Okay, break it down. No, think about this. Emet set everything up for us to do this. Okay, he did. I swear. Like, he did. Okay, so. I need to calm down. Okay, I need to calm down. If anyone wants to clip whatever the fuck that was, go ahead. Go for it. But anyway, no, seriously. Everything Emet's done might just simply be in service to this final goal. That includes things like the Jolly Ranchers, like the plan to trap Elidibus in the tower, because Elidibus is who sends us back in time. Remember that? And didn't Emmet have a hand in giving us, you know, that crystal to help us break through Elidibus in the tower? That could be part of the plan. The crystals absolutely are. Hythodius, that's another thing. Amarat, another thing. He's reminding us, he's showing us the world that we left. Not out of a sense of nostalgia, well, not just out of a sense of nostalgia, but also because so that we know what's going on, so that we know what's happening. To remind us of that. He breaks the crystal when we kill him because he can, and he could have beaten us, but he doesn't need to. Because he knows he can die there, and he knows that's okay. Because he knows we're gonna go save the world, because he knows he's tempered. Same thing with Lala Brea too. He kind of let Lala Brea die, because that was intentional, because he needed to die there, right? Because he needs his side to lose. He needs the Asians to lose. That's why he did all of these things. That's why he specifically recruited Fandaniel. He specifically recruited that Fandaniel, that specific Fandaniel that was Curtain guy. Like, that one, honest to God, probably founding the Garlean Empire at that point. That was also probably an intent. Founding the fucking Allegian Empire. Ammon, yeah, all of that was in service because the Allegian Empire made the Crystal Tower! Dude, it's Emmet all the way down! It's Emmet all the way down! Because he would have known about the Crystal Tower! He had to have! And that's the only thing powerful enough to send us back in time, which is why he trapped Elidibus in the tower. Because not only would that accomplish the fact of Elidibus being able to leave the world peacefully, but get us back into the past. Dude! It's Emmet all the way down. And really, it's more so Venat knowing Emmet and knowing what he'll do. Or the plan the two of them make, or whatever. But like, that's why Venat Heidelin trusts Emmet to learn this information, because, like, because she knows what he'll do with it. Venat and Emmet taking playing the long game to a new level. Abso-fucking-lutely. Holy shit, they did the long con, dude. Our future. I'm definitely curious to hear more. But you are a harmless stray familiar. As far as I'm concerned, this nebulous talk of the future and its changing history can wait. That can wait. First, I need to find out exactly who you are and what you have to hope to achieve here. Still a long walk towards the end, though. The Endwalker. God, holy shit, dude. Before we run along, my colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. Concept engraved crystal, quick-fingered Aureus made off with it. An Aureus, you say? I've been seeing the culprit before distracted with the business of the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus, which is no guarantees that it hasn't dropped or stashed the crystal you seek. Please, if that much be enormously helpful. Hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Unless you two to join the search? I'd appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading to Protean Orchius. Let us meet there. We have exhausted our resources. Dude, fucking Emmet invented the chessboard. Oh my god, you're here? As a normal mob? Damn. Alright. No, they're just letting that lore digest, and that's okay. Hi, John, how are you? But no, like, that's what it is, though. That's exactly what it is. It's both Emet and Venat making this absolutely 5,000 IQ play to win the long game. And I mean, Hythlodaeus being a part of it too, right? No, that's exactly what it is. Holy shit. There's a cruel joke in the first thing old Azim does is send us on a fetch quest. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Hyde is a very important role. He's the heart. That's true. When you think about it, Emet is the smart guy. Hythlodaeus is the heart. Venat is arguably the leader. Hermes is the lancer, and you are the big guy. Yeah, actually that works really, really well. No, Grand, I said that earlier. Yeah, like I said that earlier. That's why we meet Hythlodaeus and Almarat. Is because he's supposed to be there. He gives us the crystals for a reason, because he's supposed to. It's all part of the plan. It's always been a part of the plan. God, this is so big-brained. Emet left the crystal with him. I fucking knew it too. I knew this was a part. I knew this was like something Emet was working on too, because like the thing that originally tripped me up to that too, is why else would like the thing that originally tripped me onto that path was why would Emet make the Azim crystal in secret? Well, if he's like your husband or good friend or whatever, I mean that would make sense maybe in a form of nostalgia, but Emet doesn't do things for pleasantry's sake. He is an absolutely cold, calculating lad. He is a guy who is brutally efficient. And while I'm sure it is a nice memento, if he's creating it in secret, away from all of the other Asians, there's a goal to that. And this is the goal. And that makes perfect sense. Like this is the goal that he has had. It's making sure that we get access to our full potential or our powers and stuff like that, because we might just need it. And we literally had to use it to defeat both Elidibus, or to defeat both like Elidibus and Zodiac, right? One flaw, he tried to kill us. He didn't have a choice. Also, the crystals are used to restore memories of their previous bearers. Correct. Why make Azim then? Why? It's because Emet knows. It's the point. That said, Haslo does call him a slave to sentiment when we meet him on the moon. I mean, yeah. He is a sentimental boy, but he's very intentional in what he does. Very intentional. Oh, hey, I know what that is. Made to lure us into the web, but give us something to fight for. Also because he's a dramatic bitch. Cause remember, y'all, you can do things for more than one reason. But like, yeah, it's multiple factors. Secret softy, he is a secret softy. You and Hythlodaeus literally talk about that when Hythlodaeus is like, he is at his core a kind man. And he is. Emet, despite being a grumpy grump, is a very kind person. He's a nuanced character. He's a very kind man. And that's why, you know, he's gonna do all this crazy shit to make sure that everything works out in the end. You know, and all of that. reminds me of Gridania a little bit in color. Well, Grumble and Grumbledy never fails to come to Azim's aid, whether that's romantic or platonic for your Warrior of Light. True. He's a jerk with a heart of gold archetype. He is the magnificent bastard. Absolutely. Oh my god. I love them. He is the magnificent bastard. But, like, he does have a heart of gold, for sure. The Elder Primal Tempering is more subtle, where he's both planning your demise as a Tempered Ascian and setting you up for this exact scenario as the third seat. I mean, that is basically what's happening. The Elder Primal Tempering is more subtle, because Zodiark and Hydaelyn were both created to do much more extravagant, nuanced, and complex things, versus Ifrit's Tempering, which is just, fire burn. You know, Zodiark's Tempering is so much, much more dangerous, right? Because it's very subtle, it's much more complex. And that is something that's been around. You know, we've talked about that extensively. Absolutely believe it. But yeah, Emmett is trying to plan our demise, but Hades, the real Hades, is right there going like, I know how I can outthink a primal. And if anyone could do it, he could, right? If anyone can literally outthink Tempering and plan around it perfectly within its limits, he absolutely could. He could literally be like, well, the Tempering's not preventing me from making a crystal from Azim, for Azim. It's not preventing me from doing that. I can still do that. And if it happens to fall into the wrong hands, that would be terrible. It was his plan all along. Fucking genius, honestly. Vexing without aiding the old Azim into the equation. She wonders why these lines upon my brow grow deeper when she herself wields the hammer and chisel. That's great. Azims, both mentor and student, are forced to be reckoned with. I find them a delight personally, but they have a habit of making Emet-Selch look as if he's a bit down on a sour grape. That's amazing. That's so good. The fucking Azims. The last searcher returns. I'm afraid Aureus has no longer had the crystal, nor is able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. There you go. Well done. I can focus on your tail without missing the concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? You could say that. Traveling and searching go hand in hand. You travel often. It seems we have something in common. When I held the seat of Azim, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the needs for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yeah, I'm whimsical! I'm eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That brings me to Elpis. In fact, many times has my presence been requested, my opinions sought concerning the habit of this or that or a creation. Agreeing to help locate the missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is that the way one thing leads to another, wouldn't you agree? Also, that's another thing I just kind of realized. The 12, the gods, and the 12 people of the research facility, the Andir, that plot to create Hydaelyn are 12 in number. The Convocation are 14 in number. Azim is included in the Convocation, except Azim betrays the Convocation and makes them 13. Should Azim then say, join 12 others, it is now 13 versus 13. An even number. How interesting. Literally playing them so they would act to type. Hey, cool to clarify something from Shadowbringers. What's up? Pass not yet coming to pass. Thank you for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I return the stolen property. Go ahead to my accommodation. I will join you as soon as I've attended to that task. On the path straight ahead to the building, to the top of the slope, I've placed my entire place to myself so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Essentially took neither side. I know. I know that, Panzer. They did say, like, Azem did not join them. They reached out to her, but she didn't take their side. But I'm pointing out that their numbers do equate. Oh, you guys are pretty. The numbers do equate to each other. If, like, Azem were to join the 12, that's 13 versus 13. Even if they're technically, like, not conjoined officially or on the same sides officially and, like, stuff like that. Or should just see this kind of just this planned bullshit in the background. Like, we didn't need to figure out it was all Emmett all the way down to enjoy the story. For sure, for sure. But as the resident Emmett fan here, it is so gratifying. Now, that sounds ridiculous. Oh no, Arla, no. That's literally what we're saying, Earth, or Demon. Yep, well established. This will be far more comfortable than interrogating you on the side of the road. What I am describing is the fact that if Azem, well, I mean, Azem did essentially leave the convocation, but if Azem were to then join the 12, it'd be 13 versus 13, which is a fun little number thing. I'm not saying that is exactly verbatim what happened. I mean, essentially, in spirit, it kind of happened because the 12 opposed the convocation, and we know Azem was doing their own thing that was not with the convocation, which you could argue is in opposition. But I'm not trying to be Pendanatic right now. I'm just pointing out, like, a fun little number thing. I'm not saying it happened. Be never surrounded Venat. Those right robes markers one of fair and impartial reasoning. Aside from the mystery Eldibus, such a garb is worn by only those who have stepped down from public office to serve as advisors. Whatever you have to say, she will listen without judgment. Alright, let's go, baby. Look at my temporary abode. Please make yourself home while I put on some tea. Yay, tea! Yay, we all have tea.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Is that fucking answers in the background?
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit.
Tea, dude.
There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
I have a tale to tell. How does Eris open with this? How does Eris open? Mankind is being forced to flee the star. The world has been sundered, broken into shards. A calamity called the final days has befallen the world. I think she'd talk about, she'd start at the beginning, right? Because these are kind of skipping ahead, right? I feel like she would start, like, so the final days. That's what starts happening. I think that's what she would do. Oh, serious face.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
That's what I was trying to do. Hey. Oh, he leans forward. Oh, no. Bruh. Bruh. I haven't drank any of their tea.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
But he knows, like, dude, the change in posture. He's like, start from the beginning. You start talking, he kind of like leans forward. You start talking about everything else, and he just... just leans forward and puts his head down. Like, oh man, dude.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Venat?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale.
I'm also not sure if this is intentional, but it looks like Venat's breathing, like, shakily. She's, like, kind of wiggling a bit in her seat, like she's taking very sharp breaths. Thank you, Eris, but did you include the time you danced at this Limsa Lomassa? That's great. But...
supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain. But your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
This is a serious cutscene and you guys are being really funny! Oh my god! Why didn't you just leave the airship? Oh my, you guys, serious?
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility.
God. Quote this shit though, quote it.
Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
Emmett's still trounced by his depression at the moment.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
True.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
I believe you.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Good point.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity.
I admit, your voice sounds a little shaky there, my guy.
I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem.
Emmett, no. Emmett, no. This is kind of painful.
Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory.
Dude, his voice cracked there. Did you hear that? Insulting to their memory. No, that's so sad. Oh, you guys can hear that in his voice, right? Like how shaky his voice. Like, I would never do something like that, yet you claim I've recreated Amarat to be populated with phantoms of our people, a bizarre indulgence that'd be insulting to their memory. He sounds like he's literally fighting tears back. Like, holy shit, dude. I don't know if he knows or he believes us or he's just like, yeah, I fucking would do that, wouldn't I? But he just doesn't want to, like... Oh, dude. Emmett.
Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
Because you knew.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me.
And the Amarat theme! Ah!
But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren.
But you didn't. You didn't forsake them. I really like Emmett, guys. Just saying. Emmett.
You do not know me.
I'm afraid I do, and that's the problem.
I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Emet-Selch! Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
$10 billion, Emmett walked away so he could go cry? Because he doesn't want to cry in front of everyone. His best friend, wife, mother-in-law, all that shit. A bit mortifying. God, what would Eris say? The Dynamas? Dynamas?
Ah yes, the energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes, I believe this warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer.
Sloppy.
Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest.
Not looking at Emmett's tea. Not looking at his tea.
Have faith. If Emet-Selch is the man Azam described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
God damn it! Hey mom, there's this guy I like. He's smart, a little grumpy, but he has a heart of gold. And he would never do anyone wrong. Oh, that Hades boy, I always thought you'd make a good pair. Dude. You talked about him with mom. God, that's so sweet. Also, yes, I had a complete reversal on Emmett. We know this. I had one on Xenos, too. Kinda, sorta. I don't know if it was a complete reversal, but it was a pretty strong reversal. Emmett's was definitely a 180. Remember when I was like, who's Twitter boy? I see this guy on Twitter a lot. I see him a lot, and a lot of him, if you know what I mean. Like, why is everyone horny for this guy? I don't get it. And I play the game and it's like, wow, this guy's kind of a prick. Not sure I like him that much. Like, Twitter boy? People like him that much? Okay. If we're in the game like, wow, what the hell? And then it's just like, ah! Emin, I love you! And then, like, 5.3 happens and I'm just like, my husband! How could anyone like this guy? He didn't shoot our cat boy. Like, if you guys want to know the rankings of my husbands right now, I do think Emmett is in the lead. I really do. Flipped on this zone too. Remember when Sammy almost logged out at Elpis start? Yep. I do remember that, yeah. Yep. He did deserve a little hate back then, for sure. For sure, right? Have that clip somewhere? Yeah, I'm sure we do. I mean, if you want to search for it, be my guest. But like, I mean, Emmett. God. Yeah, I love him. I do. Like, he's number one husband right now, I'd have to say. Pretty decisively, even. He's great. And there's just something so romantic and poetic about somebody who, no, not like this. There's just something so poetic and romantic about time after time, all the way through everything, finding each other, things like that. You know what they were doing? Oh yeah. God. All the same about Emmet and Shadowbringers. They have a very good writing team. Took them a while to get their wheels underneath them, but I mean, that's not even fair to say. FF14's always had a good writing team. Yes, even AR. Don't at me. But yes, they've even had a good writing team back then. Good lord. I could have just had Venat know Emmet that well herself, but to specifically be phrased that Azim described Emmet to her. Why? I know, Violet, like, that specific wording. Like, she could have been like, you know, if Emmet is half the man I know him to be, then, you know, we haven't seen the last of him yet. But no, it's Azim. Like, if Azim, if you described him to be half of that, he'll be back. There is really just something beautiful about that, in my opinion. Call me sentimental, call me dumb and silly, but there is something just very beautiful about that, like. But then, like, putting it in the context of, like, Venat kind of being our mother in a way. And yes, I know they're not blood related, that's not what I mean. But she's a mentor, absolutely, without a doubt. A mentor to us. And how that is important. And, you know, you can, she definitely has a motherly vibe about her. And the fact that, like, Hylan is described as the mother crystal. Like, she literally is this mother figure in our life. I would not be surprised if we were blood related, or we are like sort of like adopted by her. I could see that. Would that not make sense? Venat takes on a protege as Azim and sort of takes her and tutors her and, you know, grooms her into that position. Would that not make sense? It's literally like Fandaniel and Hermes. It's the same fucking thing. It makes perfect sense. It's common trope that characters view their mentors as parents. I mean, they could even be adopted. Like, God. You know, like, I don't know, like, we're it's sad and beautiful, it really is, like, hi, Remy. Especially mentoring somebody for the position of Azim.
Happy sub-anniversary. Zoomeyes Zoomeye's note.
Remy, thank you so much for the 13 months. You do that 10 plus 2 equals 13 for someone who's subscribed, which is kind of poggers. How are you? How's it going, Remy? But Azim just keeps calling Venat mom because she was the previous Azim. I mean, I could see that too, but like, I could see them legitimately having like that relationship. Which is kind of funny because that works really well for Eris's canon too, because didn't have a good relationship with her actual mother. You know? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Remy. Must be like the flu or something. I could see found families and adoption being a big thing. I absolutely could too. That's good, Remy. Happy to hear that. Goodness gracious. I'm sad now, dude. Having a... Are we going to the investigations then? According with Hermes, of course, but only a visitor received by the chief Overseer of Elpis. The man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers here can surely tell us more about Hermes and Metian. I have a good idea where we might begin. Adopted or blood related? Ah, no, I love her. Emotional damage. Venona evolves into Venomother. God, that's great. All what he did at Alec, the multiple calamities, Garlemald, the game does nothing to tell us it's actually a good thing. It's just given in context, and we're left to decipher whether it is justified to bring his world back. I mean, I think that's the thing, Val. I think that's one of the reasons why Emmett is such a compelling villain, is like, or antagonist, is like, just the idea that, the game does not try to be like, oh, this is a good thing, right? It doesn't try to like justify everything he did. It's just kind of like, hey, this is what happened. You can judge this. And that's a good way to do it. I mean, because you don't want it to backfire on you and accidentally like endorse, you know, imperialism or something dumb like that. And they don't do that. They completely, at least in my opinion, oh, kitties. They completely avoid that by being like, yeah, this is bad. This is bad. He did a bad thing. He's the bad guy. Like, was it worth it? I mean, that is really ultimately a decision for you to decide, but these are not good things. Like, and that's so good. Like, and then the fact that they like, and then especially now with the interpretation of like, as I was saying, like, all of this was the tactical 5,000 play to ultimately save the world, right? Like to, like, you know, Emmett went down a very dark path so that someone else might just see justice done. True justice, real justice, like might see all of that done. And I mean, you can still argue that he's the bad guy for that, and that's absolutely valid. I mean, you could argue his methods were extreme, certainly, but like, I love that he says all the stuff he did was absolutely batshit evil. Yeah, I know, he even says that, like, he admits that. He's like, ah, you call me a maniac, like, like he knows that, but those were the confines he was allowed to operate in. You know, he did have a choice. He could not play the game at all, but then that'd just be playing right into Zodiark's hands, right? Oh, thank you, Remy. Happy T-Dub. But like, he could have simply just let anything happen, right? But that's just playing into Zodiark's hands. That's just letting them win. Or he could do all this terrible stuff anyways, and see justice ultimately done. He can either do bad things and have it be bad, or he can do bad things and have the future saved regardless, right? He can set someone up to save the world. So really, I mean, that's a no-brainer at that point. That's a no-brainer. Why wouldn't you? Like, if your options were commit atrocities or commit atrocities, but do so in a way that ultimately everything will be okay because it's gonna set someone else up to not only stop you, but save the world, what one are you gonna pick? Duh, like, you know, he didn't have much of a choice. So he made the best of it that he could, and he did so in such a fucking smart way. And he even acknowledges 1,000 lives. Living 1,000 lives sounds atrocious, awful. And that's exactly what Emet tells us. I've lived 1,000 of your lives. Like, God. And don't tell me for like 1 minute that Emmett living all of those lives didn't feel something good. Didn't feel like a better life. Didn't feel for the people that he was damning. He absolutely did. He absolutely did, but he didn't have a choice, and that sucks. And it's so tragic and sad, dude. Nah, I'm only at level 87. I just got to level 87 this stream. 88's not happening for a bit. Thank you, Remy. Yeah. And yeah, Grom, his only other option was just to roll over and give up. He gave us lesser beings many chances every time we were proved wanting. That's bullshit. That's Zodiark talking, right? Why did you keep giving us chances, hon? He was also probably like, again, the romantic in me, as he was trying to give himself a break and remind himself of why he's doing what he's doing, right? And, you know, the romantic in me is saying, like, those lives he lived, he always lived with the ones that he loved, right? He always lived with, like, with Azim, right? He found her soul every time, and those were the lives he lived with her. To remind him what he needed to do, to remind him of that. Like, damn. Good shit. So I'm gonna stay in front of the owner building. Your name is, Isami. She's the one who made the arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I can recall, she held the position for quite some time. Chances are she could provide us with some insights. I won't ask you questions, and I will help draw the answers out if need be, but I'll leave the choice of topic up to you. Before this comes in, best to lead the conversation. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Oh, all right. Messiah business. Let's go. He's been my friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, so I was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Mistress Venat. Is anything to be of service? I like your hair. What do you wish to know? I have to be careful asking these questions, don't I? What kind of person is Hermes? What are Hermes' interests? I don't think asking his interest is gonna get at the core of the thing. She's just gonna be like, oh, he likes this and that. Asking him what kind of person he is more relevant to our topic at hand. Could potentially lead in an unexpected way, but I don't think that's an obscene question to ask. Well, I can only answer from my own experience, that's good. I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, and, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His receptive nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. Man is a walking archive when it comes to all life forms. He can discuss any species with incredible detail. He's leading authority on copsiness and the power of flight. This answers the question. Was there anything else? That was useful. So you're saying his life of solace he married to your past life before Eris making you Xenos' great-grandmother? Yes. Yeah. No, legit. Why not? I like to think it's because he wanted us to succeed, so each time we stumbled and fell, he gave us another chance. For sure. Yep, he just kept going, right? Why else keep trying? For sure. So you want to bang your great-grandson as what oh my god! Shakes you? No! You know what I mean? How long has Meditian been here? Do you know Meditian's abilities? Should ask how long Meditian's been here, because I don't know that. That's new info. Yeah, rightly say, as the chief's personal creation, Meditian has not been subjected to observation instead like the other concepts. So one day she was simply there, then what do you make of her abilities? Apparently I was supposed to ask about her abilities. Well, shit, okay. Able to read the motions and communicate directly with one mind, exactly how she was created with this talent that was a mystery to me. More in depth, but I've not had the occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. This is an interesting series of questions. Do you wish you knew him better? Do you trust him? Do you trust him? I heard him, I've known him for many years, though I cannot say we are close to her with held information that should our duties. That's what you mean? Well, okay. That'd be Tiamos. He has a similar expertise with flying concepts and is more eager to discuss the subject. Any observations of the banks of the stream somewhere to the east? No, unless you take particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. Patience and your insight. What else you need to say? Please do not hesitate to ask. Isabine's time. Well, it seemed like we were successful. Okay, that's... Oh, wow. You are familiar, yes? Belonging to Mistress Venat? You can have been blessed with a finer master. Yeah, sure. Here's 2 questions you can ask. None of them are about Metian. You're supposed to ask about Metian. What? I am confused. But, alright, well, we succeeded. Investigations after a fine start. When you agree, may I propose we split up? I shall continue making inquiries. Service, you can track down the colleague Izame mentioned. Oh my god, Lynn. I did feel compelled to interject once or twice through the previous conversation. Seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. You're footing around the stream. We can meet back here. Watch your footing! Alright, Mom. Let's finish speaking with Tiamos. She literally does the hand thing. And he discussed upon your return. Huh. Mom wants you to be safe. I'm gonna slip and fall on purpose now. Screw you, Mom, I do my own thing. It's very sweet of her. What's up, dude? Please keep your voice down, you'll startle the birds. Be home before dark, dear. What did you wish to speak about? Keep our questions concise. Is it true you're an expert on flying creations? Well, enthusiast area will settle in and we can discuss the finer points of this fascinating craft. Goodbye and love for it. How did I fuck this up? Even can be tracked back when I was a young boy, struck by transient beauty, glorious color, future feather design, and there was vowed upon the day of the masterpiece. Unstoppable discourse? Unstoppable discourse? Oh god, he's Twitter! We're rolling here. Help us at last realize my childhood ambition. Here, the dreams I dreamed one everyday reality, which filled me with the research and creation of new flying life forms. Bridge accounting of the events, a doubtless disappointment. Is there any specific part you'd like me to expound upon? You're hoping to fit. Ah! Hi, Paige! I've been crying all evening. How are you? Welcome. How's your beautiful face? Thank you so much for the raid. I super do appreciate it. I hope you're an absolutely amazing day because you're right, amazing.
I'm
Hi, my
right.
name is Sammy. You're Zoom.
For
You're
a
Zoom.
very
You call me
important raid. Lucky Bunye.
any of the above. And call me any of the above. My stream is all about positive, becoming vibes, we love for everybody. We mostly play Final Fantasy 14, but I'm also playing through Yakuza, and I'm obsessed with Elden Ring currently. I'm also have the eventual goal of finishing Final Fantasy 7. I'll get there eventually. It's fine. Elden Ring's just very, very good. Also, how's Tiny Tina's Wonderland? I hear it's really, really good, but I don't have $60. How you, Paige? How's it going? Happy T-Dove too.
Sloppy.
Also, I did think that tag was funny earlier too. That was good. But anyway, hi, hello, how are you? I love it a lot. I hear it's really, really good. Like I hear it's better than like Borderlands 3. I did re-download for me alone. I did re-download BL2. When it's on sale, we'll play together. Excellent. I'd really like to. We really should. And it keeps happening. Paige! I'm sorry, buddy. It's kind of funny. Quick, somebody give $60 so she can have a blast in Tiny Tina's Wonderland. I mean, I wouldn't say... You know, it is my birthday this weekend. It's T-Dove today. It's my birthday this weekend. Honestly. Anyway. Also, I was gonna say, Zatheli, Twin, Jay, Lan, thank you so much for the follows. I super appreciate it. I hope you're an absolutely magical day, because my name is Magical. Love you so much. Welcome. How are you? How's your beautiful face? And Matt, thank you for the 500 biddies. It's very poggers of you. Thank you. I don't mind. It's flattering. I just don't want to take attention away from transgender. That's fair. Oh, Rose, thank you. You're poggers. Oh yeah, happy T-Dove. Happy T-Dove. I made a Twitter thread for T-Dove, which you should check out, by the way. It's pretty good. It's informative. It also has good news in it. There's some good stuff in it, too, so it makes you less depressed. That's good. Happy early birthday. Thank you, Twin. I appreciate it, and thank you for the follow. But Rose, thank you so much for the 10 subs. That's extremely poggers of you. Those of you that got the subs, please enjoy beautiful emotes, your cursed emotes, ad-free viewing, and of course, more of my love and affection. I appreciate it. And Dark and Spec, thank you so much for the follows. You super appreciate it. I hope you're having a lovely time, because even my time ever lovely. Welcome. How are you? Well, for Hype Train, we can get that to level 5 easy. I don't know, Zach, can we? But no, it is actually kind of sweet. And you're being very gracious about it, Paige, which is wonderful. But it is kind of funny that it keeps happening. But also, how are you? How's it been going? I hope your stream is well. I'm pretty sure I said that earlier, but oh, weird. Thank you for gifting the 10. Oh, 10 more subs. Is that it? No, 5. 5. Thank you so much for giving the 5 subs. I super duper appreciate it. You're absolutely wonderful. The W in weird stands for wonderful, because that's what you are, and I really appreciate it. Very poggers of you. Thank you so much. Oh, and Alicia. Wow, there's so many people here. I am surrounded by furries yet again. Honestly, my usual Thursday night, if you know what I mean. Anyway, Alicia, thank you so much for the raid. I super appreciate it. Oh, we're absolutely lovely time because of my time, everybody lovely. My name is Sammy, Zumi, call me. And above my stream is all about positive, becoming vibes, vibes for everybody. I mostly play Final Fantasy 14. I'm also obsessed with Elden Ring currently. I'm also trying to get through Yakuza Kiwami. Yakuza Kiwami is a great game. I should finish Final Fantasy 7. That'll happen, it's okay. Anyway, also, happy T-Dove. Love your new hair. Thank you. It's kind of, I mean, it's like a rose gold right now. The dye kind of faded out of it a little bit, but I'm kind of trying to go for like a peachy, like a peachy rose gold kind of color. I also been accepted to Elden Ring. What's your build, Alicia? Tell me. God, I am down bad for Elden Ring. Like, holy shit. Oh my god. Seriously. What was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? I completely lost my train of thought. Anyway, beat it with a pure sorcery build? Hell yeah! I have a sorcery build right now. I have 5 builds right now. I'm doing 5 builds. The one I'm doing on stream is my Dex Faith build, though. Very poggers, if I say so myself. And, Toso? Thank you so much for the follow. I super appreciate it. I hope you're absolutely terrific day, because it might be more terrific. I love you so much. Welcome. Dual references, which is power stancing the Game of Thrones sword and the Berserk sword. Hell yeah. Nice. Oh, right. Okay. Dual references. Okay, I got you. That's good. That's good. Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. Good lord. Also, thank you for the gifted subs too. I appreciate that. I know I said that earlier, but still, very kind. And thank you for the hype train. It's very nice of you. She chases the headset mic. Oh, does she chase my headset mic? Goodness. Oh, Alicia, you'd appreciate this. I gotta fix these guys because the Velcro's a bit long. But a friend did get me demon horns to put on my headset. Pink demon horns, because of course. So I got little demon horns. I gotta like trim the Velcro down though. Because they currently don't fit around the band. Sharkstona yet? No. I don't think that'll be happening. Whoops. It's a lot. Look, money. Hi, Matt. How's your beautiful face? But yeah, I have demon horns. Look at that. I like them. I just need to trim them down. And I'm afraid they're gonna be too tall, too. I'll figure that out eventually. We'll get to it. Oh, nice. SMT? Hell yeah. Zach, you're very optimistic. I appreciate the optimism. But also, like, I don't know if it's necessarily, I don't know. We'll see. Also, hi, Angry. I was asking questions to this guy, too. Did I do that right? Anyway, but hi, hello, welcome. Hi, guys. I hope you're doing well. Happy Tita. Hope all having a wonderful day. Ever tell you to do writing on Patreon now? No, I don't believe you did. Sounds kind of poggers, though. Like a good time. That's awesome. I hope that is going well. You're hoping for an opinion on Chief Hermes' creations, and why didn't you say so? Adult things once a week. Really? I never would have guessed. That's fair. I mean, I write plenty of fanfics myself. Of varying appropriateness levels. Hell yeah. Yeah, thanks for the hype train, guys. Very kind of you. But yeah, remember, I did do, for those of you that are unaware, I did participate in the fanfic Final Fantasy XIV month. And I did participate in that, and I won with one of my explicit entries. I didn't have a ton, to be fair, but one of my explicit ones was the one that won. So yeah, it was about Emmett. Yeah, go me. I'm just that good, dude. I'm just that good. World building at people. I mean, that's the whole point of it, Alicia. That's the whole point of it. All right, good night, Remy. What's the name of the sexy red cat boy again? Graha. He's a very nice boy. Like him a lot. God's perfect little meow meow. I did Shadowbringers, I think he's hot. He's very attractive, he's very cute. He's like number 2 on my husband list. Oh no, he's a cat boy! Love him. 10 out of 10 would do things to that boy, absolutely. He's a prime pegging target. This is why I say we're going to peg them. True, that's an old clip. That is a goldie. I love that one. God. Even though so many varieties exist, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated, which sets the chief's creations apart, however, is the benefit of his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. As they cling so high they disappear from view. Others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive such marvels, even who prize elegance from above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. I never take them seriously with their silly bird masks. I like their silly bird masks. Also exactly lame, but let me tell you about Udal architecture between 300 and 869. See the conversation onto her. Now that matter would be superficial at best. Admiration for Metian as a concept never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. She has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. Chief Hermes should introduce the submit Median's concept the Bureau of Architect, designed the register the public scrutiny, and analyze the colleague's creation before the step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if you came to me as a fellow artisan looking for advice, that'd be an entirely different story. No, that's not a good answer. You have Dynamis and Entelekes? Dynamis and Entelekes? Terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis, preserves properties of one or the other? In centuries since the last time anyone speak of such things, has there been a resurgence in interest? Desperate to peg Catboy voice. So you want me to save the first from oppressive light, huh? God, I love those jokes. Desperate for blue witch voice. So yeah, I actually killed Radon before the nerf. And duties for the sake of idle chatter. I must really turn my observations. Surely I must have your own task to attend to. Hi, Spear. I've been on BB. How are you? I hated it. Ah. So it's you, Alicia. That's all good. I have not even, I'm 100 hours in Elden Ring. I don't even know where, I mean, I know roughly where Radon is. I've yet to meet him at all. I've yet to even go where I think he might be. I know he's somewhere in Caelid, I think to the south. But like, haven't touched that. I'm 100 hours in that game. You could say I am a little distracted. But that's okay. I was so mad. Nice. Elpis time, enjoy. I'm having a wonderful, it's such a, I love me some piss. It's great. Love some Elpis. No idea with Elden Ring anymore. What do you mean you have no idea? I mean, there's a lot to Elden Ring, to be fair. I don't blame you. Bloggers. Oh, Spear, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I'll super duper appreciate it. You could have given that to anybody, but you chose to give it to me, and I really appreciate it. Please enjoy your beautiful emotes, your cursed emotes, and of course, ad-free viewing, and more of my love and affection. Wander around Khalid? Nice. Maybe I need to wander around Khalid more. I hate Khalid. It's so gross. Blech. Finished my own investigations not long ago. Any new findings to share? I do. I feel as little understanding Metian's capabilities, let alone the awareness of Diana's. There's all much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Metian as a personal project that could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. It really is, Zach. It really is. It must be to believe the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Okay, but More information is needed if we mean to delve into any meaningful conclusions. Street Fighter.
Zoom eyes nom.
Last, thank you so much for the 7 months. Did you know 3 + 4 = 7? Or how many months you've been how many months have you been subscribed for, which is kinda poggers. How are you, lass? How's it going? I'm excited to get destroyed by a buff man. I mean, isn't that a good thing? Who doesn't want to get railed? I mean, destroyed. I mean, fight a buff man. Like, who doesn't want to do that, you know? I mean, why wouldn't you want to? I don't like, why not? Oh, hey, where did that screen come from? Whoops. But yeah, like, who wouldn't want to? I really want Venat's hair. Some very haircuts are similar, but not enough. Oh, does she have unique hair? I can see that. Miko March? Nice. Love me some little Meow Meow March. Rovember was in November, and I had a good time posting then. Have any new findings to share? Do I have new findings to share? Oh, I already did this, right? I did it so I could eat a muffin quick. Continue on my merry way. What month is it for Elzen? There is a month for Elzen. Okay, it's Rovember. There's Miko March. Elzember. Is it August? No. No, August is... No, wait, is June... June is for hires. Elzenary? Elzember? June Elzen? It actually might be January. February? February? Oh no, maybe okay, I'm getting everyone mixed up. No, I think it's January for Elzen. Is that right? Is that right? Elzember? I'm losing my mind. July is Lalafels? Is that right? I want to look this up. I'm gonna... Elzen month. I don't think that helped. It might be Elftober? Is it Elftober? I don't know. I don't know, dude. Somebody should make like a master list of like all the species' months or something. That'd be a good idea. Witnesses spectacle. June Elzen tag. Maybe it is June. Maybe I was right. April is out. Yeah, April is for Aura, I believe. I think. Arargust? Oh, maybe it is. I don't know. I can't tell. I'm going insane. Present the strongest with the final days is the power of the Dynamis, the Endwalkers which can control it. Only vaguely aware of the turns, let alone study them in depth, except for Hermes, it seems. On to stay in our current course, we can learn about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. Subject, else to note, keep the Metian, an orthodox method of communication. Yep, there we go. Happy T-Dove Scarf. How's it going? You mentioned that earlier in any event. Or rather, we should mention that earlier in any event. Would you care to elaborate? Expanse in search of deeper meaning. Mystery is that hand is unresolved. I feel you have touched upon a vital clue. We should keep in mind as we continue. As we take ourselves to Praeteria Crystalline, not far from here, just a path to the west. I thought Rothtober was a thing. April? I thought April was April. I don't know, man. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. We're all just sitting here flailing. Every month is Rothgalman. Rothtober? I was gonna say, I thought it was Rothtober. Yeah, Venat's voice actress is great. I mean, you know, Alicia, they are gonna add Roth girls relatively soon. It's coming up. Yes, that is correct. She is, Aveline. You will get your wish soon. I was further along both parts of Praeteria Crystallina, the facility known the tribe Elvis's observational and testing records. They appear if the outside the interior is actually a vast area of magical and connected spaces, which is fascinating. It's not the reason why we're here, is it? Article Architectural lesson short to see the two archivists have to share. If I find someone to speak to over in the other tower, I shall join you there anon. Alright. Approach without a second thought. From a time and place are drastically different. Here we are working side by side, or apart. Situation demands, with barely a word of explanation required. And our centuries to separate us, we are the same star. We share a connection. I hope together we might find the answers you speak. Aww. Prayer cycle for buff Femroth? God, I hope so. Yes, Sarah and Yashtula have the same VA. Yep. Dude, if they don't make the Roth gals, if they don't make them buff, I'll fucking cry. I swear, I'll be so upset, dude. Just a moment while I include my current appointment. I want to be clear with you on this, but due to the holiday, I cannot. That's good. That's good, Alicia. More buff ladies, please, please. I will also cry. I think the entire FF14 community will let out a cry of despair all at once, except for that really weird, like, that very weird specific weeby portion of the community that's like, excellent, more cat girls. And you know what I mean? Like, but I feel like the general community will just be like, no. And we'll get updated in tomorrow's live letter. Look like twinks? That will definitely not happen. But it would be nice, wouldn't it? It'd be nice if they were bigger. But I mean, I feel like we barely squeaked by having taller femme Vera than the male Vera. So like, you know, I'm emotionally preparing myself for a prank during the live letter. Oh, that'd be juicy. Can you imagine? They're just like, we decided to delete all Makitos. They're gone. That'd be kind of funny. So if we could provide a comprehensive log for those behaviors, we should still have a sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was you wish to speak with me about? Personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Metian? Some documented studies are difficult to track. Hardly a day goes by without split. Red Tail with the Metian appeared, only that she now spends much of her time with Chief Hermes' side. I recall an interesting tale my dear Scalene shared with me. Galeen is my partner and fellow researcher here in Elpis. Returning late one night when she got sight of Chief Hermes sending Metian Heavensward, a host of them. Heavensward? Several days she would speak of the scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she'd ever witnessed. Like a story I would like to hear. Precious Venat, I heard you'd already returned to the surface. Thank you again for the available contribution to the concept placement proposal. Why do you not mention it? As you said, my original plan was to leave after the task, but since become engrossed Chief Hermes' research. Maybe with retelling this side which so delighted you on Galeen. Of course, I could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. You should be observing the subject of Metabossothalassi? For a time they were watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gathering on salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in sublime detail. Just find a similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Venat. Such pursuits must be continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. Was ever long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered with the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Aslan. Help us be without your early academic work. The theories you developed served as a basis for many techniques still used today. Man is a creature to contemplation, but none embody the nature as much during passage as you are. I dare say there is a day so alive, more worthy of return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Or shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galena in person? Way to reconfigure the door for the archives there. Lead the skyward and spare the trip of hostile concepts on the ground. Most helpful, thank you. Oh yeah, I love that the ancients canonically love sharks because, hey, who doesn't love a shark? But still, like, that's great. Love that shit. Also, Dapper, if you're a Highlander player, you have excellent taste. Highlanders are great, honestly. And yeah, my joke about the Mosquito, daily reminder of that femme Mosquitos make up, I think, like close to 45% of the entire FF14 population. There are millions of Mosquito players. Millions of femme catgirls. Catgirls make up almost 50% of the population. They're the largest by far. It's insane. Why do you pronounce Mosquito like that? Good question. And dozens of femros. Dozens of us? Catgirls are so common. Yeah, they are. Dime a dozen. Nothing against catgirls if you're a catgirl, and statistically speaking, some of you are. That is okay. I love you regardless. You're wonderful. I shouldn't say I love you regardless. You're wonderful, period. You're great. Nothing wrong with being a catgirl. I didn't mean in a bad way, but it's crazy he just said in not, you know, terms he meant. Too bad you aren't dead yet, Venat. Yeah, I know. Literally that guy was like, hey, Venat, why haven't you died yet? Like, jeez. Next is female Alas? No. No. Femme Au Ra make up like 20%. Or like less than 20 or so. Femme Au Ra are incredibly popular. Massively popular. Like, Femme Au Ra and catgirls together, I think, are like 60% of the entire player base. Like, relatively, if I'm getting my numbers correctly. After them, I wanna say, I think it might be male higher. I think. And then it's Lalafels, like femme Lalafels. Vera third. Vera might be third now, yeah, that could be it. That would actually make sense, yeah. Specifically male Viera, but Viera in general. I'll look at an active though. I mean, active is kind of what matters a bit more. Was it being a femmer was when an all full party and immediately announced I'm the babysitter, let's go children. Excellent, good. There's basically a couple dozen active female Hellscar in the entirety of the Crystal DC. It's wild to think that I literally think it's like 80% of Rhodians, like Femros, 80% of Femros, I believe are on Crystal. Like 80%. They are highly concentrated to the Crystal DC. I wonder why, but they are. I mean, I could just like look up the list, right? Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Species count. Census, there we go. Okay, statistics for February of 2022, it looks like. Okay. So here, let me show you then. Keep in mind, we're gonna be looking at active characters. We're not looking at all characters because of bots. And bots massively skew the total. So this is what all characters looks like. We're not using that because this is a bad list because it's inaccurate. I guarantee you a few million of these higher, if not more than half, are bots. So we should not use that as a metric, right? But here we are for active characters, and you can see what that looks like. Right? See, male higher are pretty high, but Viera are in third place. Yep, that is correct. But look at the Mikitos. Off topic, but I think Crystal will benefit from data center travel a decent bit. Crystal will benefit from it the most. We are going to get a lot of visitors. A lot. Promise. More male VR now than female? Yep. Active characters are characters that I believe have beaten the level 90 quest. So few, dude. So few. So few. Yeah, like Femme Aura. People always forget Auras are crazy popular. I think it'll help the Crystal Raid scene. But I also think it'll help Aether get the stick out of their ass. Oh, sorry, did I say that out loud? Whoops. No, but it's gonna be like, Crystal's gonna become like a tourist destination. Watch, promise. And yeah, it might help Raiders too. It'll give Raiders more people to recruit from, which isn't bad. That's one of the reasons why Archer is so high, is because of these guys. So you can see active characters, it's a much more even number. I'm curious. Oh, Samurai is higher. Oh, but Arcanist is Arcanist the highest one? Arcanist is the highest one. Interesting. Probably because, like, does that include... No, because Scholar is separate. Huh. Crystal will become the bombing of data centers? Yes, correct. It absolutely will. Summer Changers got a lot of new players. That's fair. It already is. Yeah, pretty much. A lot of tryhards. Like, obviously, I have friends on Aether, so let me clarify. I don't think ill of Aether in general. I know a lot of friends who play on it. They're great. If you like raiding, that's wonderful. I mean, I like raiding too. It's super fun. Though I do not appreciate comments that belittle Crystal for its smaller raiding team, because there are raiders on Crystal, like me, and there's a lot of people that enjoy it a lot, and I always get like eye twitchy whenever people like make fun of Crystal for that, like that's some kind of metric. More people roleplay in Final Fantasy XIV than raid. That is a fact. That is a fact. And that is something to keep in mind. Casual players are the majority by far. So like, you know, again, like I just don't like it when people like belittle folks for like their lack of effort. You know, it's not something that happens often. I know a lot of great raiders. I know a lot of great Aether folks, and it's wonderful, and they enjoy it and have a good time, and they're not toxic at all. But there are definitely a couple of players that I have encountered in the past that are a bit like that. I've encountered some people that come into my chat too, so that's kind of my clarification. Aren't we all supposed to be our peers in clubs in Crystal? That is correct. Yes, we are. I met some sweaty nerds in Duty and Party Finder. Oh, great, but I had max level characters on 3NA data centers, and 3NA DCs have a lot of stuff in Party Finder. Only max level is Crystal at the moment. For sure. There are some people that, there might be less of us on Crystal, but we're just as skilled. That is correct, and, that is correct, and also, again, Crystal's the biggest data center. Like, we are the majority. And again, if you're an RP, like if you are, there's a larger role-playing community than raiding community by a significant margin. Promise. There was an article, which I believe this was from Shadowbringers, so it's definitely out of date now. But it showed, I think, circa 5.4, the like amount of people participating and joining and looking for roleplay, I think was like doubled the people using Party Finder for other stuff, for like raids and whatnot. I want to say it might have been like 1.8 times or something like that. I know so many are peers at Savage Raid as well, for sure, and there's a lot of bleed over too, right? And again, I believe that's it's hard to gather data on that. I believe that one's out of date nowadays, but it was something that was used for like a little bit. I do think it's interesting. And look at that. Look at Malboro. Malboro out here being the most populated. But I think this might be, are these active only? Yeah, there we go. Malboro is less on active. But in total, let them go. That's kind of fun. Tonberry. Good old Tonberry. And Party Finder is fine. And also, God, yeah, Oceania. I forgot we had those now. That's great. Beast Tribes redeemed minion? Redeemed minion? Blet. Yeah. Ouch. Rejoice in the glory of wombats. No! Oh, that's amazing. I love that. We are also getting a 4th DC starting this summer. That's right. We are getting a 4th data center. Because NA is huge. But, yeah. There's certain line stories that I didn't know existing. That's fair. That's okay. Having a 4th data center will be nice. It'll be very underpopulated, probably. Crystal will probably still stay the biggest. Aether will probably still be the raiding data center. Primal will still be Primal. But I mean, hey, we'll have a new one. So, like, that's kind of fun. Glean sounds promising. Open the path of the Skyway. Straight across the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Arrive to upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway, and you'll find yourself entrance of Metaboss's Thalassai. Glean will be glad to share a tale with you, I am sure. Oh, am I up here now? Ooh. Oh, pretty. Sitting in between them? Yeah, that's fair. Mm. But like, I know Primal also does a lot of like, I know they're like, a bit more seasonal too, from what I've been told, I think. Like patches and stuff. Are there a ton of streamers on Primal? No, not really. There's a couple I can think of, but not any more than, I mean, Aether's probably got the most. Aether probably has the most streamers. Crystal has a good amount of streamers too, but like, I don't, not Primal. Like, does that make sense? Crystal's also notably sweaty in regards to crafting. Yeah, Crystal! Like, see my Crystal streamers? Same. I like to think Crystal streamers are just kind of built different, just saying. We're a fun bunch. It 100% has the most, at least, rating endgame streamers. Okay. Yeah, Balling was always the first one to complete the Shroud Restoration races by being beaten only by the Japanese servers. Yeah, that makes sense. One of the fastest and the slowest. Yeah! Good old Crystal. Yeah. I'm pretty happy with Crystal and Marlborough in particular. I like being a hub. I like being a happening place. If I had to change, I would maybe go to Goblin or like maybe Balmung. I have an alt on Goblin. I have an alt on Brynhildr, I believe. I could make an alt on Balmung too, but like, I don't need to. This place is pretty. And Bryn, which is one of the slowest. Yeah! This place is so pretty. Oh, this is such a good game. Do you guys ever like think about that sometimes? Do you ever just like look at a game and go like, damn, it's kind of an amazing game? Or is that just me sometimes? Even though I'm on a hiatus till 6.1. How many would be good with Elden Ring's graphics? Elden Ring, but in Final Fantasy. No. I mean, it's gonna be good for FF14 to get a graphical update. I'm very excited for it. I mean, from WoW, FF14 is such a breath of fresh air. It is. It feels like home. It does. Elden Ring MMO? When? Emotional moment for no reason. Same, Grom. Same. Yeah. No one would be able to play their game. True. I don't know, just like... And yeah, Kiki, for all its faults, another MMO is gonna have to obviously offer a lot to get me off of FF14. I mean, as far as FF14 goes, it's kind of perfect. Like, I mean, okay, are there, like, improvements that could be made? Certainly, absolutely. But, like, honestly, it really does deliver on everything. Like, everything it promises to deliver on, it does. You know? Like, it's got a great story, it's got great casual content, it's got great, like, rating content, you know, more serious content. It's got something for everyone. It really does, and all those things are treated pretty equally with, like, great respect. And not just, like, shoehorned into stuff. Like, it's great. Not even just, like, a complete package MMO, but it's just a really fucking good game. It was fantastic. Yeah, that's just great. I'm super excited to see PvP in 6.1. Oh, right, because we're getting new PvP, right? Sold for life as far as I can tell. It's got an entire raid series about 2 gay couples? Not just 1, but 2? Like, that's great. Hi, Anuki. Yeah, no, Kiki, you're literally right, though. It's not just 1, it's 2. And great music, yeah. Fantastic score. The devs care a lot about solo play experience. Yeah, the fact that they're actually going back through the game to make it better for solo play is like you are just like, they are eliminating every excuse to not play their game. It's fantastic. Very, very good. Huge part of it is the community too. Yeah, it's a very good community, very kind community. Great. Because SE works at community management. Yeah, they do. They actually care. They give a shit, right? God, it's so good. Oh, I know what's happening. Conversation with gyms before that were basically friendly combos, for sure. I still have yet to be called a slur in almost a year of playing FF14. It has been over a year, and I have not been called a slur playing FF14. And that's fantastic. The bar is so low. It is so low. It is so low. Yeah, right. I forgot about that. I have exactly 1 person on my blacklist. I think I have 1 as well. But again, that's it, right? And over a year of playing, I'll fucking take it. That's fantastic. Oh my goodness. Dude, I love Final Fantasy. It's such a good game. It really is. How good used to be living. Great. I remember that being one of the first things I heard coming into Sammy's stream the first time a year ago. It always stuck with me. I'm glad it did. Like, it's kind of a big deal. And like, I grew up playing FPS games, so I'm used to it. I'm not, oh, you wouldn't survive a COD lobby. Bitch, I grew up in them. Like, I know them intimately well. You know, I played the fuck out of Modern Warfare 2. Played the ever-loving hell out of it. I played so much Halo Reach, like my disc broke from use. And I had to buy a new one because I played so much of it. Like, I know that stuff. I was forged by the COD lobbies, molded by them. You know, so like I'm intimately aware, and just the fact that I just don't have to deal with any of that shit in FF14 is fantastic. Very nice. Like that a lot. God. So like, fantastic. I'm happy our debate, like our debate in like group parties is something like tank, please turn on your tank stance instead of like slur. You know, it's just great. God. Love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. But time has come for me to say goodbye for the evening. It is getting late. I need to pee. Wait, are you stopping now? I am stopping now. Sal, I guess we'll just have to come to the next Final Fantasy XIV stream. I guess you will, which will be next week. I don't know when exactly next week. My schedule, I think, is gonna allow for a couple streams again. So I'm right before something good, aren't I? I'm right before something good, aren't I? That's good. I guess you'll just have to come by the next time. Which you can join my Discord or follow me on Twitter. I tweet every time I go live. I tweet a schedule out, and I also message on Discord every time I go live, and I have a schedule on Discord. Whoa, crazy. It's like it's really, really easy to see when I go live. It's fantastic. But I'll be likely playing more Elden Ring and FF14 next week, so please come by next week. Please follow, subscribe, or follow notifications, join Discord, all that jazz to get me and know when I go live next. So yeah, please do all those things, otherwise you might miss it. That'll be sad. But I'll be posting my schedule on Twitter and on Discord over the weekend. And I will see you guys soon. Say hi to Rin for me. And Grand and Ocean, thank you for the follows. But yeah, my birthday's this weekend, so I'm going to enjoy this weekend. I will see you guys next week. Love you all. Goodbye.